Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. There's some echo. On this Tuesday, October 21st, we're going to go into start our meeting. Ms. Christian, if you can please kick us off.
Starting with roll call. Councilmember Bonner.
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Here.
Mayor Martinez is absent for roll call. And Councilmember Robinson is online, and she'll be joining us from UCLA Meyer and Renee Luskin Conference Center at 425 Westwood Plaza in Los Angeles, California, 90095.
I'm present. Thank you.
Okay. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Jerome Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, and executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under item C2, liability claims, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC, agency against City of Richmond. Item C3, conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at 1414 Harbor Way South. Agency negotiators Dave Alshire, City Attorney, and Shannon Moore. Negotiating parties, Orton Entertainment LLC, under negotiation price and terms of payment. Under Surplus Property Authority, item C4 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company. We have 4 speakers in person. Anyone that wishes to address the council joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. You will be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. Our speakers are Cordell Hendler, Josiah Brendeman, Kevin Tisdale, and Jose Apostita.
So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I am a very upset Richmond resident. So, number one, the unions deserve a raise. Why? Because they make our city effortlessly pleasant to work. And when you go back in there, think about all the hard work they have done. And they deserve a holiday pay on top of that. So think about it, though. We got the holidays coming up soon, and it would be nice. It would be nice for the unions to deserve a raise. That's just my feeling. That's a good thing. But my main concern is about riggers. I've been waiting for this day to come. I just read online and I said, the city did what? They want a detainer against riggers? I went to a number of events that had occurred there. And what do? They just left, without paying rent. It's like, that's not fair. That's not fair to the community. We deserve this. Riggers has been doing a wonderful job. When they were first doing this during the pandemic, they weren't bringing no money in. But now, all of a sudden, turn around and I said, Riggers is not there no more because the whole community is up in arms. So I knew this day was going to happen. When Kevin Brown came back in April, he had offered to sit down with you all to discuss a repayment plan. And what do? You rejected it. So now I'm calling the shots. When y'all go back there, Riggers Loft is not going nowhere. Come high water. And I'll leave it at that.
Josiah Brendeman.
Good evening, Council. I would like to thank you all for the hard work that you've been doing. I'm also reminding you that it is the members' right to state their position to Council. We also want to ask in the contract negotiations for expanded hazard pay, longevity, and the merging of the contracts. And once again, thank you all so much for the hard work that you do.
Kevin Tisdale.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Good afternoon. Kevin Tisdale, Chapter President, SEIU, Richmond Chapter. So, I think it's important to state as rights are being stripped, around the country, we stand here as a union fighting for those rights. We stand here, as a collective bargaining unit to, stand up for what's wrong and lead to what's right. So say that to say, we are here, we're united. We appreciate, all the support. We appreciate everything that you guys do, knowing that, all the events, all the things that we try to do as a bargaining group, a lot of us see you all there. And so again, there's only so much time in the day. But thank you. So we need, again, we need a contract. It's been 112, 13 days. Members are out here working. We want morale to improve. We want conditions to improve. And with the things that we're pushing for, that's what the hope is, in good faith and earnest. So with that, thank you, and I can see my time.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speakers. Oh, I'm sorry.
There-
Sorry, Jose. Jose Abastida.
That's all right. Mayor, Council, my name is Jose Abastida. I'm with SCIU 10-1. I just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues said. In the state of California, public sector workers are allowed to publicly state their precedents and what they want out of a contract, no matter what anyone says. And I just want to point that out to the council. If someone prevents you from doing that, they can go ahead and challenge that at the state of California judge or in court, and we'll be happy to respond there. With that, I also wanted to mention that the workers are a bit worried about what's going on, especially at the federal level, with what's the threats that are happening in the Bay Area. And I just wanted to say that they're ready to fight for the city of Richmond. They're ready to work for the community. So, we should focus on them and close this contract out. We're hoping to close it within the next week or 2 weeks. And again, to reiterate what the workers have said and what they publicly want is longevity pay, hazard pay, and the merging of 2 contracts. I thank you for your time here today, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay, now that was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 3 speakers.
And those 3 speakers are Claudia Citrion, Pam Stello, and Sally Tobin. Claudia, please unmute yourself and you may begin. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Claudia Citroen. I like to put the city on notice for informally make you aware of the safety hazard. And under municipal and state law, you are liable for injury, property damage. Hold on, there's echo. Hold on, bear with me. Stop for a second. I don't know how to stop that.
You may continue.
Yeah, I'm trying.
If you have 2 devices going, please mute one. Okay, we'll have to come back to Miss Claudia. She dropped off the line. Next speaker is Pam Stello. Please unmute yourself and you'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Pam Stello. Good afternoon. I'm speaking on the Terminal 1 proposal. The proposed project for Terminal 1, if built, will inevitably add to future city budget costs due to sea level rise, a citywide problem that none of us has begun to understand in its full scope in terms of cost and liability with 32 miles of shoreline. There'll be the cost of protecting this community at Terminal 1, if built, from sea level rise, if possible. And if successful, the eventual probable cost of moving it away from the coastline, the cost of managed retreat. So seen in the context of sea level rise along 32 miles of shoreline and the adaptation planning and work that needs to be done in the near term, and the unimaginable costs that Richmond faces in the long term, the Terminal 1 project is the construction of a future problem and city costs for what will be an incredibly encumbered city. Voting against the Terminal 1 proposal prevents adding to these problems and costs, protecting the city. In the big picture, the Terminal 1 project provides short-term housing for residents with means and options, and their tax dollars will not pay the city's costs, while it will inevitably put near-term and future costs in an already overburdened city. So thank you very much, and thank you. I also want to thank you for all the hard work that you all do.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Claudia Citron. You may begin.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I want to put the city on notice, and you're now formally aware that there is a safety hazard on Gaynor Avenue and 24th Street. And under municipal and state law, you are legally liable from now on if any injury, property damage, or fatality occurs as a result of continued interactions. Residents on Gaynor Avenue, 24th Street are living under increased traffic impact since neighborhood streets received speed bumps, and the city improper placement of speed bumps. Gaynor Avenue is now unsafe for children to play, unsafe for walking, and unsafe for parents to escorting children to Grant Elementary 2 blocks south. Families are routinely forced to dodge speeding vehicles. Despite repeated requests, the planning department refusal to conduct nighttime traffic and noise and pollution studies are unjustified and violation of basic municipal duties, California Code 815.6. The city has both a legal and moral obligation to act immediately, to conduct proper studies, implement safety measures, and fulfill the duty to care for people who live there. Continued refusal to act is not irresponsible but unlawful. Other cities have implemented volunteer-run traffic programs and worked. You don't do that. Please look at my open forum correspondence regarding the unchecked drug sales and human trafficking on 24th Street in the email I sent to you. And I have 16 seconds left. The other code is I just want you to respond. We need speed bumps on 24th Street. You see on the email, we get 600 cars from 8 o'clock till 11 o'clock per hour.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And the next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you may unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Sally Tobin. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'd like to talk about Terminal 1. So in my opinion, a residential development at Terminal 1 is a heavy lift in that profits from expected sales are supposed to pay for the cleanup of the contamination. So think about the real estate disclosures. Will there be flood insurance requirements for buyers? Will buyers even be able to obtain mortgages and insurance? Contamination by 120 chemicals has been documented, including volatile organic compounds like TCE, which is linked to Parkinson's disease even in ambient air. The list also includes some of the worst carcinogens like vinyl chloride and benzoapyrene. Some of the benzoapyrene has been removed, and also petroleum products like fuel and motor oil are often present in large quantities on the site. The housing will have a relatively short lifespan due to vulnerability to storm surge flooding on top of sea level rise flooding. And monitoring spread of contamination as the sea level rise raises groundwater and spreads the contamination will always be a project that's ongoing. There will be plunging property values after the first flood, and there are seismic concerns about tsunami liquefaction or earthquake liquefaction. This is way different from selling units at Marina Bay, where contaminants were capped and sea level rise was not on the horizon. So sales may not support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. In that case, I will close public comment and we will adjourn to closed session. It is now time to begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ready. Our next item is roll call. Councilmember Bonner just stepped away. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson is present, and she will be joining us from UCLA Meyer and Renee Luskin Conference Center at 425 Westwood Plaza in Los Angeles, California, 90095. And she is present.
Yeah, present. Thank you.
And Councilmember Bana is present.
That's what I just said.
Oh, thank you.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Yes, I have a statement of conflict of interest. There's an item in the consent calendar regarding the TCC grant, so I'm going to repeat my conflict of interest. I was a part of the team of nonprofits in the city who helped secure the Transformative Climate Communities grant for the city of Richmond. My organization was one of the organizations that was awarded as a part of that grant. This was before I was elected to office, but the grant went into effect after I came into office. So I have a conflict of interest there. I'll be recusing myself. I also have a conflict of interest because my partner, Najari Smith, is also a part of an organization who was a party to that grant. Again, a grant that we secured before I was elected. So I'll be recusing myself from that particular item as a part of the consent calendar, and I won't be a part of that discussion or any discussion that happens with the TCC grant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is agenda review. And I have a request from Councilmember Wilson to remove item N4A. And that is the Point Potrero Marine Terminal Facilities Assessment and Presentation. Also, have a request from staff to remove item N7B. And that is to withdraw that item. Evaluation report by West Ed on the Richmond, Richmond Fund for Children and Youth. No, it's being withdrawn from the agenda. There is also a correction on item N6A. The title should read Contract with Image Trend LLC to provide fire and emergency medical services records management system. Also in the recommended action is to approve a sole source contract with Image Trend LLC in an amount not to exceed $228,126 for a 3-year term effective October 22nd, 2025 through October 21st, 2028, with a 2-year extension option not to exceed an additional $160,000 for the extended term for the fire and emergency medical services record management system. So we're just adding fire and emergency. And you think?
I had requested N4A to be presented.
N4A. Yes, that item is being removed
Okay,
for discussion.
thank you.
N4A. Anything else? Nothing?
Actually, I wonder if Item O2, if that presentation is going to happen tonight, if O2 could be moved into consent calendar? No? Okay.
That's it. Our next item is a report from the city attorney, final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and public. During tonight's closed session, the city council spoke to a conference with labor negotiators, so we got through item C1, and we did not get to the remaining items. There's no reportable action was taken.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Next slide, please. Next slide. I would like to thank everyone that was involved with Arbor Day. In particular, would like to thank the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee and work staff in Public Works, as in addition to transportation staff at Gabino Arredondo. It was a really wonderful event. This is, if you were able to come out and join us, it was great to see young people in our community in particular had an opportunity to engage with young people in our fire academy, and want to thank our fire department for the great work they're doing with young people. They were all very helpful and thoughtful in planting trees and engaging. And this is an area of the city along the Greenway between 2nd and 4th that had really been in dire condition, and really want to thank everyone for working collectively together to improve the neighborhood and to really turn this area around. I really, it was great to be able to plant trees and to spend time with residents. So thanks again for making a great event in the Santa Fe neighborhood area. Next slide. There was also the Opioid Awareness Community Forum that took place on October 18th. Would like to thank all of the city staff that participated in our public safety departments, police, fire, and our ROC team in collaboration with Contra Costa Health. There were a number of vendors there as well from local nonprofits, and it took place in our Richmond auditorium. So thank you to all the staff that were involved. Next slide. Coming up, for those of you who have not participated in Cops and Goblins, please come out. It's a fun event that happens at 1701 Regatta Boulevard. It's on Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., which is the police department. If you haven't been, it's a lot of fun. The police department goes all out and decorates. And so I want to thank Michelle Milam and all the staff that are involved in preparing for this event. It's a great time. So please come out. Next slide. Also coming up, we have our Fall Festival that is scheduled on Saturday, October 25th at Nickel Park, hosted by the City of Richmond Recreation. It's part of our Neighbor to Neighbor grant program, and we want to thank California volunteers for their assistance in preparing for this wonderful event from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Next slide. And in addition, our community survey is open for 2025. So please respond and provide your input. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, before we go into open forum, Councilmember Bonner, you were trying to let me know you were here. Sorry. I didn't understand what you were saying. I did mark you absent, but thank you for letting me know you were here. My mistake.
No problem.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, we have a couple of items that were removed. Item N4A, and that's the Point Betrayal Marine Terminal Facilities Assessment and Presentation, and item N7B. That item was withdrawn from the agenda, so there'd be no discussion on that item. But if you would like to speak on item N4A, you'd have to wait until that item is called for discussion. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. Tonight we have 7 in-person speakers. If you're joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. We will start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. And please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. The in-person speakers are Cordell Hindler, Antoine Claude, Don Gosney, Margarita Mitas, Lori Hart, Janice Hagen, and Mark Wasberg. Please come forward.
Excuse me, before you start, I want to make sure that all council members are paying attention.
No guarantees. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, Cordell Henler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So let me get right to the point. Earlier today, I said what y'all did to Riggers. Oh, I meant every word of it because I used to go there every couple of months, and they are a wonderful business to Richmond. But now I come to find out that they're gone. Why? Because they owe the city back rent. And if you remember, just think about it though, when Kevin Brown came in the spring, he had offered to sit down with you all to figure out a way to pay back the rent money that they owe. And now it's gone because the community is very concerned about this. What is the future going to hold for Richmond? I don't know. That's one. And then the other item that I thought of was like, if you remember a few months back when we had a presentation regarding the vacancies by department, I want to see that because all these departments are struggling to figure out how they can fill these important positions because once again, we're trying to get some talent to come to Richmond. But now, in order for to get talent, we got to do a class and comp study all over again. So I'm hoping that in the future that we need to figure out where are we at, because if you look at other cities around us, they pay their employees more money. And where does Richmond fall in? The bottom. But we need to be at the top. We're trying to be like other cities. We try to treat our employees with respect. So I promise you, when this class and comp study is done, I want everybody to see it where Richmond falls under. So I'll just leave it at that.
Antoine Claude.
Yeah, Antoine Clark, Richmond resident. I got 3 things I want to talk about. First, I want to talk about the Richmond Steelers. If y'all ain't paying attention, they're trying to push them youngsters out of this community. It is a travesty when we have an entity like Johnny Holmes, the half-steppers, who had track and field history out this town that's not even here anymore. The black footprint is leaving here, and y'all letting it happen on your watch. I'm not very happy right now when I'm hearing these things that's going down in our community. And these youth, if they ain't on them football fields or them baseball fields, they're going to be robbing and stealing folks. We got to get rid of the violence, anger, murder legacy of Richmond, California. And if you don't invest in the people going to rebel. And that's what's going on. So let's get into the solution and get away from the problem. The second thing that wasn't announced, that the fire department is graduating 30 candidates. I didn't hear that. From Richmond. 30 candidates, and y'all didn't even mention that. You have a training center down there about to damn near fall down. And you're not investing into your own fire department training center that is used by every entity in the Bay Area to train fire people. Come on, people. Look at what you're doing with your money. You're not investing in your own fire. That training center on Cutting been there for years. And all you got to do is put a little money down, and the rest of the fire departments will put into it because they all use it. It's not a competition, it's a coalition. They use it to train their people. They come there to train. So let us invest into our own community. And second, for the people at home, Chevron is having a meeting about the air quality at Colby's tomorrow night at 5:30. Misinformed people give you misinformed information. If you're not at the table, you the meal. We need to start coming to these tables and hear what's going on for real, for real, for real, for real. Instead of having somebody assimilate the message when we ain't getting it. So you need to come and get this message tomorrow at Colby's at 1503 McDonald at 5:30 to 8. And it's going to be open dialogue. All
time
that,
is
which we don't
expired.
get. Thank you very much.
Don Gosney.
Good evening, Don Gosney, Richmond guy here. I'm going to throw out for consideration one of those rhetorical questions that doesn't really warrant a response. Exactly what are we doing here? As a council member, you get paid whether you're here or not, so that can't factor in. If you ask the public, many might respond by saying that we're here to, through our elected representatives, take care of the city's business. Recently, however, it seems that the council and staff are working overtime trying to figure out how not to actually address the things that are important to the good people of Richmond. We're seeing a lot more consent items than we used to and very few important items on the agenda. Come on, one of the two agenda items tonight is supporting an indigenous tribe as they seek federal recognition. Does anyone believe that any of us have spent more than a couple of minutes thinking about this? A consent item should be so innocuous that it doesn't warrant a discussion. Things like approving the minutes and paying the PG&E bill. Inserting an issue onto the consent calendar is a very easy and very sneaky way of hiding something from the public. Speaking on a regular item is easy peasy, but if you have to pull a consent item from the agenda, that can be extremely difficult. Just to speak on a consent item, you have to reach out to whomever sponsored the item and actually speak with them to be allowed to tell the world that you just want to plain disagree. But what happens when a lot of those sponsors are not available to take your call? And this happens a lot. Let me tell you about a consent item with the school board. It's just kind of apropos here. It was a few years back. It was December 15th, and they put a $105 million expenditure on the consent calendar that would have demolished 70% of Kennedy High School as soon as the new year started just 2 weeks hence. Two of us pulled the item, and it was brought back at 11:48 p.m. when there were only two of us left in the audience. All the board members cared about was getting home because they had work to go to the next morning. Because they wanted to go home, they passed the item. It was only my hardcore lobbying and newspaper articles that got the board to change their minds. It took them another 7 years before they did the demolition. Please reconsider why you're really here and stop hiding things on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Margarita Metis.
Okay. Good evening, council members and Mayor Eduardo Martinez. My name is Margarita Miras, and I'm here tonight to request resolution regarding two long outstanding issues relating to the August 9th Marina Bay neighbor-to-neighbor event. There is an unpaid vendor, Pingo Doce, who's one of Marina Bay's farmers market vendors, and the only neighbor-to-neighbor participant that hasn't been paid yet. We're talking almost 3 months later. And then there's unresolved expenses from the council that we have not gotten reimbursed from. This is, and understand that Marina Bay, in the budget, there remains $6,500 that hasn't been used, but I'm sure by now it's been redistributed. So these amounts, while they may seem minor, it's bigger than these amounts. I have been, since the beginning of the year, been resolving and trying to solve issues with the city representatives for this neighbor-to-neighbor event. And I'm sure these ongoing delays, they really do reflect poorly on the community. You know, this support came from Governor Newsom's office for neighbor-to-neighbor initiatives, for small businesses that participated in community volunteers. Marina Bay was one of 13, I believe, neighborhood councils that participated to help achieve the city's goal for the $750,000 award. But yet, we still can't pay these amounts that need to be reimbursed. And it's not without effort. I have contacted repeatedly Alexis Gray, Stephanie Nye, LaShonda. I've copied the district, I even got Sue Wilson involved. I contacted the city manager's office, hoping somebody would just pick this up. I mean, these are minimal amounts of money, but in the big scheme of things, it's about the community. And so that's why I'm here tonight, to respectfully request that you all please take into consideration releasing these checks. I know,
Your time is expired.
Zepeda, you've been involved and helped Port
Your time
Richmond.
is expired,
Thank you.
ma'am. Next speaker is Lori Hart.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking on the behalf of Margarita and her neighborhood. What is accountability? The fact of being accountable. The amount of money that is owed to that woman is so minuscule. We're talking money, very minor. But the amount of pain and aggravation she continues to endure over a small amount of money is unacceptable. There is no accountability, and people need to take ownership. We need resolution. So what is resolution? It's a firm decision to do or not to do something. And it feels like it's more of the not to do than to do. Then there's finding an answer to a problem. This is a problem, and you must find an answer. You cannot expect people to get involved when you ask them to get involved for a $5 problem, and then they have to spend $5,000 worth of aggravation behind that problem. Do better. People are not being accountable, and they're not being held to a standard. People have treated Richmond as a place where you can come and do anything. Well, when you're treating as residents like you can come and do anything, of course they're going to do the same. I expect more from my city. I expect more from my city council. You guys have got to do better. We want answers. The RNCC wants answers. We want resolution. We want people to get involved. But you guys have got to do better than what you're doing now.
Janice Haugen.
Hello, Mayor Martinez and members of the Richmond City Council. I'm Janice Haugan, a Richmond resident. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I'm part of a grassroots effort in our city to stop the use of illegal fireworks. I'm also part of a statewide coalition with the same purpose. Our group here in Richmond worked with the police and public works departments on a Stop Illegal Fireworks sign blitz in June and July to inform potential violators of the fines and to let residents know how to report illegal fireworks. The police used a drone and were able to issue citations, which was great. There's now a Stop Illegal Fireworks page on the city's website with information about those citations, which is also fantastic. Yet the July fireworks were still horrible, and they've continued. I'm here tonight to let you know, in case you haven't already heard, that last evening, the city of San Pablo passed a fireworks ordinance that is much more robust than Richmond's. It includes host liability that extends to public areas, a requirement for reimbursement for public safety personnel's time and equipment use, and fines for violations that are significantly higher than Richmond's. Since San Pablo is right next door to Richmond, what's to keep San Pablo fireworks violators from coming into Richmond where the consequences are mild in comparison? We tried education, and it didn't do enough. The Richmond Police Department and Richmond residents need a tougher ordinance. Please, someone on the council introduce one, and everyone please pass it before the New Year's illegal fireworks begin. Thank you very much.
Our last in-person speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Years ago, Irma Anderson and Gary Bill was running for office because the black community was concerned about they was going to split the vote. So now you got the same problem with Anderson and Johnson running for mayor, and they're going to split the vote. Hey, this is not election time. No. We could talk about it. No. So anyway, what's going to happen was they're worried about splitting the vote.
He's not supposed to talk about the election.
Wait a minute, huh? That's bullshit, motherfucker, because this is not election time. We can talk about anything we fucking want. So the black folk are worried about, because they're going to split the vote, all right? So both of them.
You cannot talk about the election at all. So, next person.
This is our last in-person speaker.
Oh, he is? Okay. Well then. Sergeant at Arms.
Oh my God.
Do we have someone to can you escort him out of here?
This guy's a terrorist. What? This motherfucker here, man.
Now we'll move to our online speakers.
Yes,
We
please.
have 4 speakers.
Those speakers are Michael Mejia, Andrew Melendez, Jocelyn, and Keisha Gallen. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called. Michael, you have 2 minutes and you may begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council folk. My name is Michael Mejia. I live up on Yuma Street in District 6. And I had the honor of culling through a survey that was proposed and executed by the Stop Illegal Fireworks people. And the results were very interesting. And the presentation that I created was like 45 minutes. It's put on the website, and you guys aren't going to watch that. You're too busy. I don't blame you. So I thought I would give you bits and pieces over time to give you an idea of what they've done. I think one of the most important things that we learned right away was that 22% of the people didn't know what district they were in. Now we can't talk about election, but it goes to that, right? They have no identity with their district. And that was incidental to the survey. The other thing that we were able to do in a very coarse sense, and we had 60 respondents, which I think for a first year is really, really wonderful, and it laid foundations for future surveys. We were able to see, in terms of numbers, where people were most affected. Well, it turns out that District 6 in Claudia Jimenez's district had 40% of the phone call complaints. That's big. 40% in that one district. The other district that was large was Jamila Brown's at 20%. And all the others were considerably less. These are very, very clear indications, big lumps of information that help us to understand that that particular part of the city really needs some help with this. We need to move forward with some sort of legislation considering hosts and that sort of thing. I was surprised that you guys hadn't done this yet. I had feeling that you had already worked on this, but I don't see anything happening. So I'm going to continue to give you information like this. Remember, 6 and 1 had the most complaints and had the biggest problems. And I want to thank you very much for all of your time and everything that you do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Melendez. You may unmute yourself and you may begin.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm just here today to speak in support of Agenda 2A, which is to amend the $1 million for immigrant rights support that we can include more money towards emergency funding. One of the big reasons why I think this item is so important, I just want to thank our council member, Claudia Jimenez, for bringing this forward, is right now in the community, there's so much need for support right now, whether it's rent payments, utilities, to cover costs of groceries. And, you know, I'm really grateful that we've been able to allocate this $1 million. And I think a part of that support and that general need for assistance encapsulates providing support and emergency rent relief for immigrant families who are impacted by ICE activity. You know, here in our community, it's been really amazing to see community members step up through fundraisers, GoFundMes. But we know that through the help of the city, we can do so much more to provide that crucial support to the community members that are really in need of, money to help pay for rent and such. And so just really happy and hope that the council can support this item because again, as ICE activity continues to escalate across our communities, we know that it's cities like Richmond that really are the ones at the forefront of protecting our immigrant community. And so hopefully we can continue to do that. And just
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jocelyn. Please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jocelyn Diaz, a Richmond resident, and I am also calling to ask for your support in the expansion of the scope of services for the Immigration Legal Services and Public Awareness Campaign program. And just like my community member, Andrew, was stating earlier, this is a time where we have a lot of our Richmond resident families that are in fear and have been either directly impacted or concerned about what impact by by ICE raids and operations can look like. And, not only is it the emotional trauma that this can cause, but also the financial, just swift change that can happen in a household. And so being able to, from the money that has previously been allocated to try to prevent assistance for rent, utility, and food assistance, might hopefully be able to give folks that have been impacted or may be impacted in the future the chance to breathe a little bit in the midst of what is such a difficult and challenging times. So I would please request that you consider this. And hopefully we can continue to show our immigrant community that in Richmond, we care for them and they are a core part of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Keisha Gallen. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, before we go on to the next speaker, I'd really like to know who is so important, more important than the speakers, that council members would be texting while they speak. I'm getting really irritated with disrespect to our public. Go ahead.
Okay, Keisha, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Keisha Gallen. I actually have, I guess, two questions. The first question is, what are we doing to get the Richmond Police Department fully staffed? We're spending millions of dollars in overtime, which is one, a waste of resources, and two, you guys are creating a public safety hazard because we have these police officers working overtime and their judgment is not going to be sound judgment if they're being overworked. So to me, that's a scary situation. And they're quicker to pull the trigger because they're not in the right mindset because they are tired and they are overworked. I think that there should be some type of plan to actually start implementing a way to put new police cadets in training or a program where the police department is actually doing active recruiting to actually hire people instead of wasting the city funds on all this unnecessary overtime. And then we have a rapid response team in effect that's not even really functioning at the capacity where it was really designed to function in. And then my second question is, there was funds allocated for Black resilience. Communities see that. When will that be introduced to the community?
Thank you. Your time has expired. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item N4A and N7B will not be included in this vote.
I move to accept the consent calendar.
I'll second.
And as a reminder, Councilmember Robinson is recusing herself from N3B, so her vote will not include N3B. All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is item O1 under new business. Is to receive a presentation from the Contra Costa County Building Trades Council to expand opportunities in Richmond by way of public land policy and direct staff to establish a public lands policy to close loopholes, raise job standards, ensure enforceability, and provide more opportunities for career pathways.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. KCRT, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the presentation on the agenda. And I want to welcome up the Trades Council. Is there anyone else joining? Is
I
it?
think EJ he stepped out. Yep.
Okay.
That's fine.
Then he'll be back up here in a minute then.
Yeah.
We'll get started right now with Rick, and then we'll, okay, presentation's up. So I brought this item forward as a way of looking to partner with the Building Trades Council and the Carpenters Union in a way to bring more local jobs to Richmond from land that is owned by Richmond. We should be able to utilize it to create more local jobs and opportunities for our community. And that is what they're going to be here talking to us about, a proposal, how we can make sure that we do just that and uplifting our community. So, Rick, thank you for coming out. EJ, thanks for coming out. Over
Great.
to you. You have the, I think the screen's on.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So
Perfect.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I want to introduce myself, Tim Sobrani. I'm the Executive Director, the Contra Costa Building Construction Trades Council. Also want to introduce my colleague, EJ Sire from the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. So we're happy to present tonight, and we also want to thank the Vice Mayor for bringing this item forward. We think this is a great opportunity for your residents and for the city of Richmond. We also want to just thank you for allowing us to bring this item back this month, so we had a little bit more time to solidify our partnership with the Carpenters, and we look forward to working with them and with your staff and all of you, hoping for the support moving forward out of tonight. So if we can go forward to the next slide. So I just want to introduce the item. So I'm going to give some introductory comments and go through a couple slides, and then EJ will take it from there, and then I'll do some concluding remarks. But the current picture, I want to just kind of paint where we are and some of the things that we're doing as it relates to workforce development in the city of Richmond. I want to talk about the opportunities for expansion for your residents. And then we'll allow EJ to dig down a little bit further as it relates to the public lands policy, some of the potential options that are out there that with your support, we look forward to hopefully working with your staff on, and then just talking about some of the benefits. Next slide. So this is about the Contra Costa Building Construction Trades Council. We have 20 affiliated unions within the construction industry throughout the county, approximately 35,000 members. The Carpenters also, I'll let Rick, I know he's going to speak a little bit later, but if you add their members as well, significant coverage throughout Contra Costa County. As it relates to the building trades, you see some of the numbers there, over 1,600 apprentices. It's worth noting, in terms of the membership, that we really have been doing great efforts in terms of increasing our diversity. And I want to go to the next slide to show that. So you could see since 2023, our apprentices throughout the county, 94% in terms of the diversity, and increasing women 3 times over the previous numbers. So something we're particularly proud of. MC3, that's our multi-craft core curriculum. So it's a lot of our pre-apprentice work. So we do a lot as it relates to trying to bring people into the trades, and specifically here in Richmond, working with Richmond Build and Future Build. And the other one I really want to talk about is Kennedy High School. That program has expanded greatly in terms of the construction trades pathways and some of the direct work that we're doing there. Started with a single class. Now we have multiple teachers teaching full-time, working again on that pre-apprentice work, trying to bring Richmond students, Richmond residents into the career within the trades. And you see some of the other opportunities that are there. Next slide. So one of the things that we're looking to do is expand those opportunities. I think it's really important to note we're doing a lot in terms of working to get people into the trades, getting people into apprentice programs. The most important thing to note, though, is that we want to make sure that they have job opportunities on the back end. So we are very thankful for the PLA that exists, the project labor agreement here in the city of Richmond on public projects already. And I think that's worth noting. You guys are doing a lot as it relates to investing when there's city projects. You're putting, members from our affiliates to work, and many of those are local residents. But I think the question as policymakers always want to ask yourself is there more that can be done? If we're making all these efforts to get people into these pre-apprentice programs, to get people into our apprentice programs, again, making sure that we have jobs for them on the back end and jobs here, particularly in the city of Richmond. So what I want to do is turn it over to EJ, who's got some experience on this and can talk a little bit more in terms about what a public lands policy might look like.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Good evening, everybody. My name is EJ Sire. I'm with the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. We're based in, our main office is in Livermore. We cover 49 counties, obviously, including Contra Costa County. One of the things that we're always focused on is what policy actually helps enable the folks that are in your position to create more opportunities for the folks in Richmond, right? So one of the things that we're looking at right now in multiple cities, and Richmond being one of them, is what we call a public lands policy. And essentially, like you see throughout the report, it deals directly with the construction projects that happened on any land that's owned by the city that's going to be sold or leased for the purposes of development, or if the city is investing great dollars into a project, making sure that the city also gets something in return. Every time that an agreement gets signed or you sign a contract with a developer to build something, you're handing over profits at that point, right? You're essentially making them richer 100% of the time. But at some point, the city has to go, well, I want something in return for that. In this instant, the something in return for that is making sure that folks that are Richmond residents have an opportunity to build in the community that they live in and stay here. Like was noted earlier, we don't want folks leaving Richmond. We want folks to stay in Richmond and thrive and raise their families here. So what we're looking at in regard to the public lands policy is setting workforce standards that include local hiring provisions, which we have in all of our agreements. It also requires the family sustaining wages, not minimum wage or under the table payments or personal check payments from contractors or what have you. It's an actual family sustaining wage so somebody can support themselves and their families and stay in Richmond, as well as the state approved apprenticeship programs, because we don't want somebody learning on youtube.com and then going out looking for a job. We want folks to actually have a career sustaining training so that they can do 25, 30, 35 years within a trade and then retire with dignity afterwards. Go ahead, next slide, please. So the public lands policy, the specifics on this, like I mentioned, it places the workforce and hiring standards on the construction projects when the city owns that land. And the city's going to be selling or leasing that land or investing heavily within a project to make it feasible for those projects to happen. It applies and enforces Richmond's already set policies regardless of the developer's funding sources. And I think that's important to note because obviously with a lot of the different federal funding sources that are kind of collapsing in front of us and some of the other state funding that's kind of question marked at this point, we want to make sure that there's something in place so that the city can actually do what you're already doing. And I'm going to get into in the next slide in a minute, but I do want to just offer up some kudos to the city of Richmond for the already established policies that are in place, because not every city has policies like Richmond does, and I think that outside of the box thinking is kind of why we're continuing to press on that more. The Richmond Business Opportunity Ordinance, the Procurement Ordinance, enforcement provisions, so on and so forth. But with this, it's the enhanced project oversight for projects that are not directly contracted with the city. And that's where a lot of the times the city won't have the enforcement capabilities because it's not directly contracted with the construction workforce, for example. It's more with the developer themselves. And some of the current policies that are in place, especially regarding the privately funded projects, they don't require any of the family sustaining wages or state approved apprenticeship training or anything like that. Some of them do, but not all of them do. Go ahead, next slide, please. So with these benefits and furthering the benefits that Richmond's already working so hard for example, Richmond's banned the box, and this is something that I'm finding is pretty unique throughout the nation in regards to city policies. It's helping with the barriers to employment, and the public lands policy ensures that there's an actual pipeline into those construction careers. Richmond Build is one of the best MC3 programs in the Bay Area, and if we can't force folks to hire from Richmond Build, then what are we doing? Right? We should be not only encouraging, but we should be forcing the applicability of that. It requires developers to partner with programs like Richmond Build to make sure that it is the local residents. And the current workforce and job site standards enforcement are relying solely on staff. Everybody's hoping for 25 hours in an 8-hour work week. 25 hours a day would be great, but staff can only do so much when it comes to enforcement. When you have an agreement like this in place, because there's a direct line of partnership that we're also taking ownership in, now it brings in the enforcement component to folks like the Building Trades Council and the affiliates and the Northern California Carpenters Unions. We're going to be out doing enforcements on these projects because we want to make sure that it is successful because we have the same ownership that the city does at that point. So in short, to summarize that piece, Richmond already has, again, very strong equity-focused ordinances, which is fantastic. But this type of agreement is what's actually going to close those loopholes. Again, regardless of where that funding source come from, this all still applies. And it raises the job standards, it ensures the enforceability, and allows us to also help partner on the enforceability piece. And it guarantees that there's more career pathways for folks in Richmond to be able to work in Richmond, build Richmond, and still live in Richmond with them and their families. Next slide, please.
Great. So I'll just, in summary, I think when you look at it, when you own public land, that's a public asset. And obviously as a public asset, you know, as that land is developed, you think about what the broad community benefits are. You assume that land's going to be developed for the public good, but part of that public good also includes, you know, jobs for, you know, residents that have all the different, you know, workforce standards and the wages and the protections and the pensions and everything else. And again, the public PLA, those things are already in place on the projects where you're investing your own dollars. But when you look at land that you own, that's also a public asset. So we're just asking for some of those same types of protections as well. So there's a lot of different ways, you know, that we can go about it. I think what we're looking for tonight is direction for staff to work with the building trades, to work with the carpenters, work with the community, and develop what that public lands policy exactly looks like. We have a couple models that we'll share with staff. We've done some preliminary sharing already, and we'll have that dialogue and hopefully develop something that we can bring back for you for your adoption that could achieve what we believe are mutually beneficial goals. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions, or we can come back later, whatever is appropriate through the mayor and the vice mayor.
Do we have public speakers?
We have two public speakers.
Okay,
If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand. Don Gosney and Jamin Purcell.
Good evening, Don Gosney, still a Richmond guy. You know, this is my 55th year of being a part of the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council. My extended family has been a part of the trades since they did the whole Grapes of Wrath thing at the beginning of World War II to build the Liberty and Victory ships that helped win the war. Every year, maybe 4 to 6 times, I rise before you encouraging our neighbors to sign up to join my own union, the Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 342. My union alone has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars back to the Richmond community. I'm proud to be a part of the building trades, and many of you on the council, past and present, have enjoyed the friendship that they had with the working men and women of the unions that make up the building trades. I'm sure that you're already aware that any Richmond projects that are funded with public funds must, by law, pay prevailing wages. And in the 9-county Bay Area, these wages are set by the unions that make up the building trades. And since the wages must be the same, doesn't it make sense to use the most highly skilled, well-trained, and safest craftsmen and women available? And those would be the members of the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council. Doesn't it make sense to establish policies where as many projects as possible here in Richmond would align themselves to the union men and women in the trades, the people that live here, that shop here, that call this their home? As representatives of the people, why would you vote to embrace developers famous for bringing in workers from red, anti-union states like Nevada, Idaho, Arizona, and just about every southern state in the country? Take a look at the non-union, the anti-union development projects built here in Richmond that did exactly what I just described. As a couple of examples are the non-union charter schools that built a few years ago right across the street from the virulently anti-union Walmart up at Hilltop. For all too long, we've had a group, call them a political group, a social club, whatever, that has embraced their union supporters but have fought tooth and nail against every single building trades union. You know who I'm talking about. Why do you suppose that is? Some of them absolutely refuse to even speak with us as if we're in a league with Lucifer. It's a new day. Shelve those old and outdated thoughts and partner with us for a better future.
Jamin Purcell.
I want to thank our Vice Mayor for bringing this forward because there's been a lot of, on the national level, a lot of anti-union sentiment, and frankly, unions are one of the things that make this country strong. They provide reliable jobs, a career path for people who may or may not want to go to college, but as well, they also provide a steady, stable wage that allows for people to grow and prosper in their communities. There's been a lot of research that has been done around PLAs, and in particular, one from the UC Berkeley Labor Center noticed that actually PLA projects actually have more bidders. And that is what we're trying to do, is bring more to the table, more opportunities for us to be able to have our Richmond residents stay in the city of Richmond and grow and be able to provide for their families and be able to stay in the communities that they grew up in. I know that we have people on this council who had to leave because they did not have work opportunities here in the city. And so we need to be able to do whatever we can to be able to make sure that people can stay here, that they can grow here, and that they can be able to find competitive work. Now, this already actually aligns with our opportunity ordinance, which has the 20% of our contracts tried to go to local businesses. And but I really do think that this will help bring equity to our community by trying to make sure that there are pathways for people going through Youth Works, through Richmond Works, to be able to find solid careers so that they can help make this community as great as they believe it to be. And yeah, I really appreciate the presentation, and I hope that the city will take it up. Thank you.
That was our last. That was our last in-person speaker. We have a couple of speakers online.
And those speakers are Sarah and Kevin. Sarah C., please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a Richmond resident. I just wanted to say that I love this plan. I think that hiring Richmond workers, providing a family supporting wage, making sure that we're providing a pipeline for training and future employment, this is wonderful. This is exactly what Richmond needs. I'm really grateful to hear about this. And obviously the devil's in the details, but I look forward to seeing how this progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin. Kevin, please state your last name for the record and you may begin.
Thank you. Kevin Tisdale, City Richmond employee, SEIU Richmond chapter president. Just want to speak on, a few things tonight. So want to, of course, encourage, any opportunities we can have to both expand and prolong employment opportunities for Richmond residents and the community surrounding Richmond. I think so many times we look at, starting a program, but okay, having something like this to where there is sustainable long-term work for Richmond residents, through pathways, as mentioned, Richmond Build, Youth Works is great, and just want to give our support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. So public comment is closed, and we are ready for questions from council. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very informative. I love this model. I just have one question regarding the workforce I know you were talking about hiring local residents, which is awesome. Is there a certain percentage that would be built into these agreements that says we'll hire this amount would go towards local hires? Is that something that will be set, or would that vary from contract to contract?
Well, one of the things we could do is we would set up a plan to set a goal, what that number is, and then develop a plan to ultimately reach that goal. Now, the tricky part sometimes becomes, depending on the scope of work, if you have the specific workers to meet that, what that work requirement is. But that is absolutely what we would put in the plan, is saying, whatever that number is, local hire, and we would develop metrics. And maybe, like, sometimes what we do is set up like quarterly meetings with staffs, like with your public, with the key folks that monitor and track to make sure that we're on track with trying to meet those local goals.
Okay, so that'll vary based on the projects?
It'll based on because of the scope of work. So the idea is we would have the pre-job meeting and we would say, look, we are looking to hire X amount of Richmond residents, and we would, go to the halls and we would make sure that that becomes known. Now, sometimes depending on the scope of work and if somebody's available or not, then that sometimes can vary a little bit based on the project, but that's what we would put into the plan and make that a goal that we'd work towards.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
I see that someone has joined the presenting team. Could you please identify yourself?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Martinez and City Council. My name is Rick Solis. I'm the Senior Field Representative with NorCal Carpenters Union of Local 152, representing 3,800 members. And I'd like to urge our support to establish a public lands policy, an agreement between the City of Richmond, the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council, and the NorCal Carpenters Union that's intended to strengthen the labor standards on projects being built on city-owned land. By negotiating and ultimately coming to an agreement, we will expand the opportunities to provide work to the residents of Richmond as well as all of Contra Costa County to receive family-sustaining wages, health and welfare benefits, and further benefits that ensure working women and men are exposed to a path to retirement with dignity. In addition, apprentices indentured to the Carpenters Training Program that are taught using the Career Connections curriculum will receive further opportunities to learn on the job while getting paid, further fulfilling the pipeline to ensure that we are training our future workforce. Also, while utilizing graduates from various community-based organizations, including Richmond Build. Furthermore, when it comes to compliance of job site standards on these projects, rather than the city staff being the lone enforcer of these requirements, you will also have the resources of the Carpenters Union, as well as the other various construction unions to assist in ultimately getting the citizens of Richmond the best possible end product. So again, I urge you all to approve this partnership between the City of Richmond, the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council, and the NorCal Carpenters Union to move forward toward a brighter future for the responsible union contractors and workforce of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, how far north does your influence extend?
Contra Costa County.
So it's Contra Costa County and then it moves south, or is it
No, just Contra. Well,
okay.
NorCal Carpenters Union represents 46 Northern California counties, but Local 152 is Contra Costa specific.
Right. Yeah. So I was curious about NorCal. How far north do they go?
So it is Visalia, north to the Oregon border from the Bay to Tahoe.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, the carpenters and the building trades, for bringing this to our attention. I fully support to have really public land policy that allows not only to have good union jobs, but also give the opportunity to Richmond residents to getting a path to a union job. So local hire for me is really important. One of the things that I noticed is that we have already some other policies. So I wonder how this policy, how you are thinking about this public land policy, start speaking or coordinating with policies like the community benefit agreement policy that we have, and if you are aware of that.
Sure. Yeah. So in the presentation, part of what I mentioned was the applicability when it comes to different funding sources. So, for example, if there's private development happening and that private development gets a certain percentage of state funding, there are several loopholes due to a few different Senate bills and Assembly bills that come down that completely waive the applicability of anything Richmond wants to do, anything we want to do, anything anybody else wants to do. For example, the state density bonus. If somebody wants to come in and build affordable housing and they're going to do 100% affordable housing using the state density bonus, they can pick several different waivers as well as 3 different concessions. So by state law, the developer could come in and say, well, we want to get rid of Richmond's 20% contractor policy for this project, and we want to get rid of Richmond's minimum wage for this project. And they get 3 concessions within that. So if you're flooding them with different components of local hire, if it's a public lands policy, for example, as well as Richmond's own policies, unless they're going to use 2 of their 3 state density bonus concessions, just for that one item, they're going to be forced to use the local hiring provisions from either this policy or a matching policy. There's also a few different federal funding components to this, that within the federal funding can also come down and say, well, you can do this project and we're going to give you some money for it, but you can't do X, Y, and Z policies. Again, what this policy allows for is the city of Richmond to basically say, haha, gotcha, you have to do it anyway. You have to hire locally. You have to pay family sustaining wages. You have to do all these different components because this is an added policy onto that. And additionally, instead of the city having to encumber a whole nother process of enforcement on this, as Rick mentioned and as Tim mentioned, that's what we're here for. We're going to be doing the enforcement on this, obviously in partnership with the city every step of the way. But instead of having 3 or 4 folks from the city going out to do enforcement of local hire provisions, of family sustaining wage provisions, and so on, now you have 15,000 different people that are all going to be on these projects that are going to be looking at the exact same thing.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, I mean, absent something like this, even if you had a public land that met a goal of the council, say for affordable housing, you would have no provision if they wanted to go outside, bring in a workforce from Arizona or New Mexico or wherever else to build that project. Now, you know, with something like this, you would have, they'd be hired out of the halls in Contra Costa County. And while we're simultaneously working to bring people through pre-apprentice to get them into the union halls, you're providing jobs on the back end. We're setting those local hiring goals. You know, we're working with the contractors and the developers, you know, in terms of the metrics, and, you know, we're able to achieve those goals.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for bringing this forward. Excellent idea. And thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Zepeda, for introducing this item. I think it's an excellent idea. Is Richmond the first city doing this, or other cities or counties doing it?
So the only city that's done this so far is the city of Alameda. That was about 6 years ago. What we've really tried to figure out is, before we do copy and paste that ordinance into other areas, what works, what doesn't work, what can be improved, what's really not meeting the goal of the elected body within that region, and how do we improve on that. So now, after we met with the vice mayor, it was like, okay, it's clear as day. This is a policy that totally applies to Richmond. Richmond's already doing so much. How can we help the city of Richmond achieve what Richmond's been trying to do and has been doing pretty well at for the last several years?
Thank you. So as you mentioned, and as my colleague Councilmember Brown brought it forward, we would love to see what it also brings specifically for Richmond residents. So I assume it comes back to the council for approval. If you could have a plan for not just training, but also employing the preferences or urging, you know, I don't expect mandates, but it'd be nice if you could include that language. I don't know on this. I don't know how it goes, but it'd be nice to see that. Yeah. That there is an effort actually to benefit residents of Richmond directly.
We've had some of those preliminary conversations with staff, and I think as we finalize something, that's absolutely something that we'll work to put in place.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for sitting side by side. They're making space on the table there. But I just want to kind of talk about one of the reasons why I brought this item up. Right. One is making sure that we're taking care of our community, paying them fair wages, creating job opportunities, and creating future opportunities. And I see a room here full of a lot of young people. I'm assuming you're here to speak on an item, and if not, maybe you're listening, because these are really great paying jobs for the future. And when we look up at different articles that have been coming out for the past couple of years, there's a shortage of labor. So how are we going to build the housing of tomorrow? How are we going to build the hospitals of tomorrow, or whatever of tomorrow, when we don't have that skilled labor? And part of that is creating that pipeline. But then at the end, once you have that pipeline, you have to be able to catch it somewhere. You got to provide those jobs. So we have Richmond Built, for example, and they're creating great apprenticeships. But at the end, if you don't have a job, then you go back out to the street. You go back out to a minimum wage job, and we're creating a pipeline where we're never finishing it. And this is going to help create that finish line with the real finish and the real opportunity for the future. So I thank you all for the partnership and being here and helping to build that future generation of jobs. With that, unless there's any other comments from any of my colleagues?
There are more comments.
Okay, then when we're ready, I would like to make a motion whenever we're ready.
Okay, Councilmember Wilson, but before Wilson speaks, I want to know whether or not Councilmember Robinson has comments to make.
Just quick comments. I want to echo the sentiment that I really appreciate this being brought forward by Vice Mayor Zepeda, and I really support it. I think that we do have a number of policies that need to be considered. I think that we also have a public land policy in general that has to do with Surplus Land Act land and what happens to that. And there was a whole process to get that approved. So I think we need to make sure to take that into consideration. But yeah, just generally fully in support of making this happen, and with the focus of not only training but definitely making sure that the folks that are hired, as much as possible, some particular goal or percentage are Richmond residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
Along with everyone else, I'm supportive of this policy, and I just want to echo the emphasis on local hire. And when you bring back something for us to consider, I'm hoping there's a lot of integration between the existing job programs that Richmond already has. That's it.
Okay, and I'm also in favor, and I'm especially wanting to. Well, I'm curious. You said there were loopholes, and I was curious as to what loopholes you were specifically thinking of closing.
Sure. So, for example, one of them that I mentioned was the state density bonus.
Right.
It's a state law that just allows them to have those concessions. So they could, a developer could come in and say, well, we think it's going to make our project infeasible if we have to hire locally. So we're going to use that as a concession. Well, now Richmond residents are kind of left, as the vice mayor said, sitting out on the street, back to a minimum wage job. Having the local hire piece mentioned in there a second time would require them to use 2 out of 3 concessions for something like that. There's several different areas, and like I mentioned, the federal funding, for example, state funding as another example, or just private funding in general. When you have these policies in there, that all this is a reinforcement and an expansion onto what Richmond is already doing. And it also allows for other folks to come in and do the enforcement piece on that. If you look at prevailing wage only jobs just within our jurisdiction, so my local covers from the Oregon border down to Ventura County. We're at 49 counties. Within 49 counties, currently with the State of California Department of Industrial Relations, we have 378 complaints just between worker misclassification and wage theft. Only 3 of those are on projects where there's a project labor agreement or other labor standards in place. So if we don't have those labor standards in place, there is no accountability. As was mentioned earlier, accountability is huge. And whenever we're forcing the accountability piece in there, that's when we get to come in with our 15,000 pairs of boots and say, you're not doing this the right way and it needs to get fixed. And then we expand that within the city itself.
Okay, fantastic. And you said you've had conversations with staff. How many conversations have you had, and how did it feel?
We had 2, if I recall, Vice Mayor, I think prior, and they were just about bringing this item forward to the council and just kind of introducing it. I think now as we get more with the detail, and we have Rick or representatives from the carpenters and get a little bit more into the detail of what this would be, then we would bring it forward after that.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to ask, what is the deadline to bring it to council? Because I didn't see a deadline there, and I would like to put a deadline so we can move this forward and bring this to a fruition, not to have.
Great suggestion. I can add that to the motion, and maybe Ms. Curl can help us with a time frame that they can work on.
I would recommend, given the number of labor items that we have, that we conclude our MOU negotiations first, and then after that is concluded, then we can focus attention on that. It doesn't mean that staff won't be working on it in the interim, but in terms of the timeline to bring it to council, I think that would be the appropriate sequencing.
So next week?
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, so that means the MOUs will be done tomorrow.
Yes, that's my goal, right? So say by no later than the end of the year?
I think that's a initial good goal, but we do also need to confer with our city attorney's office because it's not just a staff item, it's a joint item. So I think a range of time would be appropriate. So I would say
90 days. I'm hearing 90. Do I hear 60?
Minimum of 90 days.
Minimum, okay. Minimum of 90 days. Can you put that on the
Minimum 90 days, no 60? Going once, going twice? Okay.
90 days? Okay. So
90 days.
can you add that to
To the motion?
the motion?
Will do. Thank you.
And I second that.
All right.
Well, he's going to make the motion, then you can second.
Then, if I may, then I'll make the motion to direct city staff to develop and deliver a public lands policy that adopts labor standards for development projects that will be constructed on land leased, sold, or otherwise funded by the city. And that includes worker protections, raises job standards, ensures enforceability, and provides opportunities for career pathways in the skilled construction trades, including the workers and trades affiliated with the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council and the NorCal Carpenters Union, to be returned back to council within 90 days.
I second.
You have that motion in writing that you can send to it.
I have it right here. Yes, I have it in writing.
Thank you.
Could you forward it to?
Yeah, I'll forward it.
Ready?
Good.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Next item.
Okay.
May I?
Our next item is item O2, and it's to adopt a resolution urging the United States Congress, the Department of Interior, and the Bureau of the Indian Affairs to officially recognize the Mowequa, Ohlone tribe as a federally recognized tribe. Direct the city manager to draft a letter transmitting this resolution to Bay Area Congressional Delegation, the Secretary of the Department of Interior, with instructions that all actions be taken to support and ensure the immediate recognition of Mowequa Ohlone tribe federal status and include them with the Federal Registry of Recognized Tribes under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We have 18 in-person speakers for this item.
May I?
Yes,
If
go
there's
ahead.
anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, go ahead.
So we just talked about land policy in the city of Richmond. I would like to acknowledge that we are all sitting in the land owned by the large tribe of Ohlone. And we are honored to have tonight with us some members of the Mowequa Ohlone tribe. I would like to introduce and invite Charlene Nijme, I hope I pronounced it correctly, to please come and present to us. Charlene is the chairwoman of Mowequa Ohlone tribe of San Francisco Bay Area. And this item is about urging the federal government to recognize this tribe. So if you could please tell us about the history of the tribe, why it hasn't been done yet, and why it's important, we appreciate it. Turn it on, probably.
You look for your red light somewhere. So there's a button down below.
There. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members of the City of Richmond. Jorge Tuhi Kanakrakat Charlene Nijme Wetres Mowequa Wolwulwum, San Francisco Bay Area Tak. I greet you in my native Chochenyo language. My name is Charlene Nijme, and I'm the chairwoman for the Mowequa Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. I am the granddaughter of Dolores Sanchez, who was born in the Sonol Rancheria in 1911. And I am great-granddaughter of Ramona Marin, who was born on the Alisal Rancheria in 1893. That was in Pleasanton. The city of Richmond and surrounding towns and lands of the East Bay, which includes Mount Diablo, as a sacred mountain called Tuishtak in the Muwekma Ohlone Chochenyo language are located within the unceded ethno-historic territory of their intermarried ancestral Huchunagasto, Halkin, Idgin, Karkin, and Saklan tribal lands of the intermarried Muwekma Ohlone and Bay Miwok speaking tribes who were missionized into Mission Santa Clara in 1777, Mission Dolores 1776, and Mission San Jose in 1797. Richmond is part of the Muwekma Ohlone story, even though today we are not acknowledged by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We have never left our homeland and have always been woven into the fabric of the Bay Area history. Generations of Muwekma were born and lived in the San Francisco Bay Area for thousands of years. This is no longer in dispute. In 2022, a group of Stanford and Illinois researchers and scholars published a report in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences documenting that Muwekma's members today descend from the individuals buried in the region going back over 2,000 years ago. And today, this generation of Muwekma Ohlones carry on the legacy of our ancestors who struggled so hard for freedom and recognition. The Muwekma Ohlone are the legal successors of the sovereign, previously federally recognized, never terminated Verona Band of Alameda County. Today, I'm here to ask you to pass a resolution that supports my people's struggle to have our federal recognition restored by the federal government. And let me just be clear that we are not asking Richmond to weigh in on the legal arguments of being federally recognized. We are simply asking for the city's support for our request to the BIA to restore our status. Even though the ultimate decision rests with the federal government, the cities in our Aboriginal territory do have a say in that process. In issues of tribal recognition, the Bureau of Indian Affairs routinely reaches out to the city and state governments to understand the connection to the tribe requesting recognition. So it is appropriate for the city of Richmond to weigh in. And I want to emphasize once again that the Muwekma Ohlone tribe was already identified by the Bureau of Indian Affairs as the Verona Band of Alameda County and was federally recognized in congressional acts in 1905, 1914, 1923, and 1927. The federal government does not dispute this fact, and the federal courts have affirmed that the Muwekma Ohlone tribe is the successor to the Verona Band. 100% of our 614 tribal members descend directly from the Verona Band ancestors. And as more research is done, the evidence of our legitimacy continues to grow stronger and is becoming more harder to ignore. For those who ask why we were denied in the federal acknowledgement process, I can explain in detail why we were denied and why that decision was flawed and corrupted. But I would rather just read you some quotes from the author of the federal acknowledgement regulations. Bud Shepard, who wrote the federal acknowledgement process, testified in front of Congress in 1992. He said, and I quote, "The regulations are flawed, fatally flawed, and unworkable. The decisions are subjective and are not necessarily accurate. To continue to operate under the present regulations will not resolve the question of unrecognized Indian tribes in this country. In short, the regulations should be scrapped in their entirety and replaced with a simpler and more objective solution. They should be administered by an independent agency that does not have a vested interest in the already recognized Indian tribes." That was from the gentleman who wrote the criteria that unrecognized tribes are expected to go through, and we are expected to accept their flawed determinations. And for those who have asked why the federal courts did not agree with us when we challenged the BIA's flawed final determination back in 2018, I want to be clear that the courts never determined Muwekma was not a legitimate tribe. The courts back then never assessed or analyzed our evidence in its entirety. The courts only had limited review over the agency's decision and only ruled that their decision in the FAB process wasn't arbitrary or capricious. In fact, the same court ruled that Muwekma was a recognized tribe as late as 1927 and that our status was never legally terminated. The court also determined that our current members were 100% direct descendants of that previously recognized tribe. In fact, we had 13 living members from the 1920s that were still alive and still members of our present day tribe. The court also determined that the BIA had no legal authority to terminate our status, and that the BIA simply started to ignore us sometime after the 30s. The courts also said that the Secretary of Indian Affairs did have legal authority to waive any part of their process and restore us if it was in the best interests of our people. The courts also ruled that Congress could restore us as well. To sum it up, that district court said there are still many paths available to Muwekma to get our status restored because we were never legally terminated. The door is always open for us. Most importantly, a few years ago in 2022, another federal district court case in the Weiss versus Perez case determined that Muwekma did satisfy the test for tribal status and is entitled to sovereign immunity protecting federally recognized tribes. The Weiss versus Perez case, the court did analyze our evidence and came to the conclusion that Muwekma was and still is a sovereign nation with all the sovereign immunity protections afforded to every federally recognized tribe. So the courts have already determined Muwekma is a sovereign nation. And what we need now is for the BIA to place us on their official list so that we can officially be restored and start to receive health care, education, housing services that all the other recognized tribes in California and in the United States receive. My people have fought for decades against those who want to silence our voices, who want to declare us extinct, who want us to move out of our Aboriginal territory because we are too inconvenient for them. I'm asking all of you here in the City Council in Richmond to join us in our fight for the truth. We are all relatives on this land, and we must all come together in unity to fight for the truth of this land, which cannot be separated from the truth of the Muwekma Ohlone people. Gishor Shekinan, my heart, my breath, and my spirit are with you all. Thank you. Real quick, I would like to leave this historic document with you. This shows our connection to Richmond, the East Bay, all the families that connect to these lands. I would like to leave this on record for you to review.
You may stay to answer possible questions.
Okay.
Okay, do we have, can we call speakers now?
We have 18 in-person speakers. I'm going to call you in groups of 10. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. First group of speakers, Courtney Cummings, Charlene Naiman, Arav Iyer, Sanath Krishna, Parker Hewen, Kashan Gupta, Tadashi Fukami, Joey Torres, Julie Dominguez, and Gabrielle Naaman.
Ojide Kangudadish, Courtney Cummings, Bear Quiver. I am Northern Cheyenne, Arikra, Muskogee Creek, and a proud member of the Richmond community. I want to say greetings to all of you in my Arikra language, and I must correct you, Councilmember Bonas. You totally forgot the Hujain Ohlone people. This is their sacred land too. It's not only the Mwekma Ohlone. It's also my sacred land because I'm part of the Bureau of Indian Affairs Relocation Act. I'm the first generation that was forced to be here. So this is my homeland in addition to Santa Fe Indian Village, Echo and Pueblo's land. It's not only the Mwekma Ohlone land. And when you stifle one voice, you stifle all of our voices. So don't forget your other tribal people here in Richmond. And by allowing this, I'm not for it. I'm not for it at all. I don't vote. If I could vote, I would vote against it because it's not fair. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is in charge of all of the Native Americans across the United States. There's a reason why they did not recognize them. And this is not a job for the city of Richmond to acknowledge or pass this proclamation. It's a job for the Bureau of Indian Affairs and our Congress, not for the city of Richmond. This is not our place to do this. So you must do your research and know the people of this land before making such a decision like this that you plan to make tonight, Councilmember Bonas and others. So I'm here to defend our people and our voices who have not spoken. And that's many of your relocated Plains Indians people like myself who have made Richmond their homeland, who have raised their children here, who have continued to raise their children here, who my ancestors have been a part of Richmond for many decades and eons. So before you make this imperative decision, please, I ask that you table it.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mado.
Charlene Naaman.
Oh, that's me.
Oh.
I already spoke.
Okay. Arav Iyer.
Hello, good evening, esteemed council. Thank you for your time and allowing us to speak in support of the Mwekma Ohlone tribe. Today, I want to ask that in terms of any issue of justice, it's important to consider how the solution will actually aid the marginalized group. So in the Mwekma Ohlone's case, it is imperative to recognize just how many rights that they are currently unafforded at the federal level due to this unfair status. The first, of course, being federal funding and protection. Not only are hundreds of millions of dollars in funding allocated towards tribal affairs, but the government would also ensure that the resources and property of the tribe are federally safeguarded. And without these rights and by withholding these rights, that not only provides a major financial roadblock, but an obstacle towards their safety as well. Next are housing rights, specifically self-determination, which allows recognized tribes greater control of the infrastructure developed on their land. Denying them this right removes their ability to combat gentrification. And education rights are also part and parcel with being a recognized tribe, as the UC system offers several tuition-free programs. And finally, and most importantly, the right to access their sacred burial rights and sites and recover their ancestors allows them to complete the process of repatriation, a basic privilege that the tribe should not have to pursue a decades-long legal battle to achieve. It's clear that giving the tribe access to these rights is not a question of proof, as we'll see throughout the speeches today. Instead, it boils down to willingness of action, to look beyond the political red tape and realize that these privileges allow the tribe to utilize the tools that not only guarantee their success, but allow them to build their future. I hope that you please correct this fundamental historical wrong. Thank you.
Sanath Krishna.
Good evening, distinguished council members. My name is Sanath Krishna. I'm another intern at the Indigenous Justice Coalition, and like my fellow intern who just spoke before me, I'm here today because the Muwekma Ohlone tribe deserves to be federally recognized, and we need to pair that advocacy with real policy action. Now, throughout dozens of meetings with politicians on the local, state, and federal level, their concerns boil down to two main points. First, many politicians point out to how the Bureau of Indian Affairs rejected the Muwekma Ohlone tribe plight for federal recognition back in 2002. But a court case mired in political red tape and bias, approved without review, and ignoring the tribe's submitted evidence entirely, that erroneously claimed that the Muwekma Ohlone people that we see here today are in reality extinct. That case cannot be the basis to strip the dignity and rights of an entire people. In fact, the BIA itself later found that 100% of current Muwekma tribal members descend from the previously recognized tribe of the Verona Band of Alameda County, with data supported by Stanford, Berkeley, and Santa Clara University, who all back the sentiment that the Muwekma Ohlone tribe has always existed and exists to this day. And the nail in the coffin is that in 2022, a federal judge ruled that the tribe retains its sovereign immunity, and that they were wrongfully excluded by the Bureau of Indian Affairs list of recognized tribes. Now, some, including some of our previous speakers, fear our tribe's recognition would block others. But that's not how the system works. Federal recognition simply lets a tribe buy public land and make it private. It doesn't prevent others from doing the same. In California, there are 17 recognized Pomo tribes. In Oklahoma, there are 3 recognized Cherokee tribes and more than 5 recognized Apache tribes. Acknowledging one tribe never excludes another. It just restores rightful place in shared history. Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium? Parker Hewen, Kashan Gupta, Tadashi Fukami, Joey Torres, Julie Dominguez, and Gabrielle Naiman. Okay, Parker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Parker Huynh, and I'm an intern with the Indigenous Justice Coalition. I speak today in support of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Federal acknowledgement of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe is not a matter of belief, it is a matter of record. In 1996, the Bureau of Indian Affairs concluded that the tribe's ancestors were previously and unambiguously recognized as the Verona Band of Alameda County. In 2002, the BIA confirmed that 100% of current Muwekma members descended directly from that federally recognized band. This evidence extends beyond government archives. In 2022, a Stanford-led DNA study published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences established a direct genetic connection between the 2,000-year-old Bay Area remains and today's Muwekma leadership. That finding confirms continuous presence from pre-contact times to the present. That's why the Muwekma Ohlone tribe has the backing of every anthropological department in the Bay Area, from Stanford, UC Berkeley, Santa Clara University, San Jose University, and Cal State East Bay. The U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia in Muwekma Ohlone tribe versus Kempthorne stated that neither the United States Congress nor any executive agency ever formally withdrew federal recognition of the Verona Band. This is binding federal precedent, not sentiment or symbolism. This resolution does not ask Richmond to make a legal determination. It asks the city to stand with evidence, with the universities that verified it, and with the courts that affirmed it. Recognition is not a question of proof, it is a question of political will. I urge you to support this resolution and call on the Department of Interior to correct this century-old administrative error. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Kashan Gupta.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Kishan Gupta, and I speak today in support of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. The Muwekma Ohlone tribe, once federally recognized as the Verona Band of Alameda County, a sovereign nation acknowledged by Congress and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. However, in 1927, a Sacramento superintendent named Lafayette Dorrington unilaterally removed the tribe from federal roles and acted without congressional approval. His successor, Oscar Lips, later called this conduct gross negligence and urged Washington to rectify our past mistakes. The government never did. Despite this erasure, the Muwekma remained under federal jurisdiction for decades. Tribal children attended Bureau-run boarding schools into the late 1940s. Families were listed on BIA enrollment rolls and received claims payment through the 1970s. The tribe continued to exist and maintain its relationship with the federal government, even when the paperwork said otherwise. In 1978, when the BIA created the first modern list of recognized tribes, the Muwekma were simply omitted. That omission persists, even though no act of Congress ever terminated the recognition. Federal courts and agencies have repeatedly acknowledged this fact. This is not abstract history. It is a record of administrative failure and that deprived the people of their rights, land, and identity with their own homeland. Richmond has the opportunity to stand for justice and historical truth. By adopting this resolution, the city plan can join others across the Bay Area in calling for the federal government to reaffirm what the evidence already proves. Thank you.
Tadashi Bukami.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tadashi Fukami. I'm a professor of biology at Stanford University. I've been fortunate to have a collaboration with the tribe over the past 2 years or so. I wanted to mention that as a professor at Stanford, the things that have been said about the scientific evidence by our chairwoman and everyone is true, and it's the evidence is very solid, and so that's one thing that I wanted to mention. Another thing is that another point I wanted to make is that we might think that we are helping the tribe by this resolution. It's not really true. We are helping everybody by uplifting the tribe. What we will be doing, is to uplift the indigenous wisdom, and that's very important for environmental sustainability. In the academic world, there's been an increasing recognition that we need not just conventional science, but also indigenous science to solve problems that we have with the climate crisis and environmental sustainability. That's a national and international movement, and then increasing recognition. And so here in the city of Richmond, the people who live here will be helped also together with the tribe if we support the tribe, because those are the things that we need to solve the environmental problems. The science is no longer adequate, and we need people like the Muwekma Ohlone tribal members to help us to solve problems that we have in the environmental issues. Thank you so much.
Joey Torres.
Thank you for this time. Thank you, everybody who's come here and supporting our family, our tribe, our ancestors. There's been a lot of words that have been said and reflected on everything that has been to the politics. But the traditional aspects of what we're talking about is first contact. That's first contact of being distorted and being displaced from missionization, boarding schools, 49ers, Raiders, everything that you've understood as the American traditions of the history that we embrace these landmarks now. And it's a hard place to still find our identity, as now we've returned back as the ones who pray to the land, to the ocean. The people that you see here with our children of the Muwekma Ohlone, the family, the descendants, have all found their ways back to Adama'ut and Mak, the ghost dances that were done here, to pray to the ancestors, to raise the spirits, to help things grow. As you see what we're going through, you understand the confusions out there in society from all the mysterious things that have polluted our people, from understanding where they come from as relocatees, as people who are displaced, as people who've traveled. It's our obligation to still remember and see every one of you all as being an ally and a relative to our homeland and to our ancestors. We are here only to do one thing, and that's to make sure our ancestors return back home, because they're sitting in boxes. Everybody here should reflect on where your ancestors sit in a peaceful way. And this is all we want, is to return back to the land so we can help our land grow, so we can help our people come to unity and find a good solution to help the world again. Everything has to be always with a good heart and said in a good way. And this is sincerely a message for on behalf of a descendant, as what you all are, as descendant and ancestor. You guys have a good day. Hoshemor.
Julie Dominguez.
Horshetuhi Kanakraka, Julie Dominguez, Kanahini Dolores Sanchez. My name is Julie Dominguez. I'm a member of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, and I'm also a co-education chair for the Muwekma Ohlone Preservation Foundation. I'm here today as a mother and as a tribal member, and I want to address you tonight that we're not just asking for your vote. We're asking for the recognition of our truth, a truth that has always been within these lands here in Richmond, and it's in the heart of all of our ancestors who have never left our sides. For generations, Muwekma ancestors tended these lands and the waterways, and we pick up the work where they left off. We survived through the mission systems, displacement, and policies that were meant to erase us. Yet our people remain here, teaching our children our songs and revitalizing our dances on our homelands. And our responsibility is to protect this land and that truth. As a mother, I want my sons to grow up knowing that our ancestors' sacrifices, along with the present day work that we all do, is not in vain. That truth, when spoken with courage, still has power to move by those especially who are in those positions of powers to pass those laws. I ask you to please pass this resolution, not just as officials, but as neighbors, educators, parents, who believe that justice delayed is not justice denied. I also want to acknowledge that although there are other Ohlone relatives among us, and I hope that you all have done your pre-research, and if you have not, I want to at least acknowledge that those people have the same right to speak up and be in this same room. We're not denying them to have a voice. But at the same time, it's no different than creating a city within Richmond. These people are Muwekma. They choose not to identify as Muwekma. Thank you for honoring our ancestors, our future generations, and the sacred responsibility that we all share on this land. Kishore Shekinan.
Our next speaker is Gabriel Naaman. And will the following individuals please come forward? Arabella Naaman, Ray He, Aaron He, Suhanba Belair, Ezekiel Dominguez, Jaisa Torres, Jezebel Torres, and Caitlin Torres.
Orshamur Kanakaka Gabriel Nishme, Kana'a Muwekma Ohlone. I am Muwekma Ohlone. Good day, Council. I come here today to help. I come here today so I hope that you can pass our resolution. Not because I'm telling you to, because it's the truth, because it's what's right. We were told that we were extinct, but our ancestors have been here for tens of thousands of years. If you look out into the crowd, you can see we're not extinct. We've been here for tens of thousands of years, and we continue to be here. My great-grandmother took a DNA test at a burial site, and it was a 100% match to the Muwekma Ohlone people. And you can find these burial sites all across the Bay Area in museums and universities. And I come here today hoping to bring those ancestors back to their homeland so we could give them a proper burial. That's why I hope you could pass this resolution so you could help not just us, but the people that have passed on. Kishore Shakina.
Arabella Naaman.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council of the City of Richmond. My name is Arabella Nijme, and I'm the daughter of the chairwoman of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. I'm both a Muwekma dancer and a Muwekma trailer tooth rider. I grew up watching both my grandmother and my mother fighting for our people to be recognized so we can protect our traditions, our language, and our ceremonies. It's a bit strange to me because I know who we are and all of my Muwekma family know who we are, so why doesn't the government know who we are? We have been and always will be here. Just last year, we went on a 4-month horseback ride across the country of San Francisco to Washington, D.C. to ask the government to recognize who we are. I went with my Muwekma family, and people from different tribes joined and supported us. It was an amazing trip, but it was also a bit confusing for me because I saw other nations across the country all have their own land. They all have recognition, and no one argues who they are. But here in my homeland, no one knows who I am, nobody knows who Muwekma is, and they say we're extinct, but I think we all know that we're not. We came here today because we need your help getting the government to see and respect us, not just for our history, but respect us as natives today, living in the same place where my ancestors have been for over 10,000 years. Thank you for your time.
Ray He.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Richmond City Council. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate the ability to speak here. My name is Ray He, and I'm also here as a student advocate for the Muwekma tribe, supporting the Muwekma tribe. Across the Bay Area and in Richmond as well, many schools are giving students their first introduction to local politics. For us, this resolution is one of the first chances to see how decisions made in this city's council room affect people's lives. That's why supporting the Muwekma Ohlone tribe fight for federal recognition matters. For my generation, this is not just a political or academic issue. It's a matter of justice and trust. The choices made by leaders today will shape how we view politics when we begin voting in the next election, especially in our local Bay Area cities. When we as a youth see that city councils are finally taking a stance and righting the historical wrong done against the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, we know that politicians that we are voting for are the ones that really listen to and act on behalf of the people in the community. Now, other cities like Union City and Livermore have already pledged their support to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Richmond wouldn't be alone in the support for justice. It would join a coalition of support that is rapidly spreading across the rest of the Bay Area. But by passing this resolution, Richmond would be fueling our fire in the Muwekma's fight for recognition, allowing us to go even further to possibly the Bureau of Indian Affairs. As students and as future voters, we're asking for leadership that puts people and equity first. That is the Bay Area that we want to grow up in and the kind of leadership that we are ready to support, starting at Richmond. Thank you, distinguished council members, and support the Muwekma.
Aaron He.
Dear distinguished council members, my name is Aaron, and I'm the president of the Indigenous Justice Coalition, and I've been the lead intern for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. For the past 2 years, we've been rapidly expanding youth involvement, supporting the Muwekma Ohlone tribe's fight for federal recognition across the Bay Area. And at all of the schools that we've expanded to, the story is always the same. Once students research the issue, they found out more about it, they see that it's a historical injustice done against the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. And ignoring the problem, knowing it exists, is the exact same mindset and attitude that has continued the erasure of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe for the past century. It's up to us, the broader Bay Area community, to take part in righting this historical wrong. While other people have covered the concerns and the wealth of evidence supporting the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, I come here with a new perspective. As you can probably tell, me, along with other speakers in this room, are not Indigenous. But that's exactly why we have to be here. It takes the community banding together in our society to create change. It's not enough for the Muwekma Ohlone people to advocate for themselves. It's not enough for me to advocate for my Asian community. From a strategic standpoint, the Muwekma Ohlone people need people like the youth and Richmond City Council to stand in solidarity with them. To Congress, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Secretary, and other people in power. If it's just the Muwekma Ohlone people advocating for their fight for federal recognition, to those politicians, they will seem self-interested. But once the community stands behind them, they know they cannot ignore their constituents who are voting in the next election. That's why this resolution is so important. By signaling broad Bay Area youth, municipality, and community support, it's the only way we can convince members in Congress to advocate for justice on behalf of the Muwekma. Passing this resolution is the first step. Thank you.
Sudan Bob Baylor.
Good evening, distinguished council members and Mayor Martinez. My name is Sudan Baylor, and I am a Director of Legislative Affairs for the Indigenous Justice Coalition. I'm here tonight to urge your support for the resolution affirming federal recognition of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Now before me, my colleagues have discussed this issue through the lens of history, culture, and land. And those areas matter deeply. But now, I want to focus on an area that is far too overlooked: public health. Across the United States, Indigenous communities disproportionately suffer from higher rates of illnesses, maternal health complications, and mental health challenges. As a Stanford Medicine study reports in 2025, over 61.4% of Indigenous Americans have at least one cardiovascular risk factor, such as hypertension. and their rate of diabetes is 3.5 times the current US population. Unfortunately, the Muwekma Ohlone feel those consequences directly. You see, because the Muwekma are not federally recognized, they are denied access to the Indian Health Service, the cornerstone of healthcare for Native tribes. This lack of recognition doesn't just exclude them from a symbolic status, it also excludes them from preventative screenings, mental health resources, nutrition assistance, and addiction treatments that other tribes are guaranteed by law. In a region as wealthy and medically advanced as ours, a tribal community should not be left without the most basic healthcare infrastructure simply because the federal government refuses to acknowledge their rightful status. So when we talk about recognition, we're also talking about health equity. We're talking about protecting Native mothers, children, veterans, and elders. We're talking about dignity, longevity, and life. This resolution does more than just make a statement. It urges that a formal letter be sent to the Department of the Interior, a concrete step urging the federal government to restore recognition. That is real, tangible support, and it is what the Muwekma deserve. Thank you.
Ezekiel Dominguez.
Jorge Mor, Gana Graca, Ezekiel Dominguez, Gana Hini Dolores Sanchez. Good evening, City Council members. I greet you in my native Chochonyo language. My name is Ezekiel Dominguez, and I'm proud to stand here as a young member of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. I'm here with my family and our tribal leaders because what you decide tonight affects our future. I've grown up knowing that my ancestors cared for this land long before it was called California. Even though our tribe was once recognized by the government, we were left off the federal list, even after proving who we are. When you pass this resolution, you give hope to kids like me, hope that our culture, our ceremonies, and our stories will continue to be respected and protected. This resolution tells every Native youth that we belong and that our ancestors' sacrifices still matter. One day I want to tell my children that cities like Richmond help make that happen by standing with truth, justice, and the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Kishore Shekinan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jaisa Torres.
Horshetuhi, Ganagraca Jalissa Torres, Ganayini Dolores Sanchez. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jalissa Torres, and I'm the descendant of Dolores Sanchez and Geraldine Lopez. I'm a member of Muwekma Ohlone and a high school student who cares deeply about my family, my culture, and my community. I've helped our tribe with advocacy and outreach because I believe that standing for what's right starts with using your voice. Tonight, I am asking you to please pass this resolution supporting federal recognition for Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Imagine being a youth asking people to please recognize us on our land, a place that we lived our whole lives on, and the only place that we know. It's very sad that I have to say that our ancestors are in boxes in colleges, and we can't get them out yet. We would really appreciate our land so we could bury them on, and they could finally feel at peace and at free. Recognition isn't just about the past, it's about the future. It means protecting our lands and waters and teaching our language and creating opportunities for youth like me to continue our culture and our education. When you support this resolution, you show that Richmond stands for the truth and justice of the community and community. Thank you for standing with us and helping our voices be heard. I really appreciate your time, and I really hope you guys do decide to vote.
Jezebel Torres.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jezebel Torres, and I'm proud to be a Muwekma member. And I be proud to be a Muwekma member and tribe member. I come tonight with my family to ask to please stand with our tribe. Our people have always lived here, and we still take care of our land. Now you pass this revolution, it helps people know that we are still here. It helps kids like me learn our language, our dances, and our stories. Please vote yes and stand with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Have a good one.
Caitlin Torres.
Good evening, Hoshamor, Kanagraka, Caitlin Torres, Kanahi, Dolores Sanchez. I'm a tribal member and active Bay Area feather dancer. I'm standing here today with my family and our youth to gain recognition and to help us pass this resolution. As you've heard, my chairwoman had provided you history for easy access to review the history of the city of Richmond. As well, the Trail of Truth had happened about a year ago, as my Suya Bella has also just spoke about. This had given us the opportunity to walk across Turtle Island and build relationships with many nations, and also just see that there had been history that not only our tribe had struggled going through, but many nations as well. After Trail of Truth, not only will I recognize and always remember the nations that we had made really great relationships with, but always remember that it's not just one nation, it's all nation. Our youth are now the next fighting generation that will continuously grow, continue the dances and the language, and also be at every meeting if we still have to gain full sovereignty. Today, I also invite you to Dia de los Muertos ceremony this Saturday at Emma Push Park in Yakmoy Tamian, which is San Jose. This is also a major dance for us, as there are 4 dances that need to be done within a sacred ceremony. We don't have those sacred spaces, which definitely is sad with our youth being the majority of our dancer members, but definitely there are a lot of allies. So we definitely hope that we can see you, be another ally, pass this resolution, and you also have a great day today.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and we currently have 3.
And those 3 speakers are Segoria Land Trust, Alan Leventhal, Confederate Villages of Lisjan. Would the representative of the Segoria Land Trust please unmute yourself, state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, relatives. So nice to be here with all of you today. Thank you to the young speakers that were eloquent in the speeches that they made on behalf of the Muwekma tribe. I just wanted to say that I have some real reservations about the city of Richmond passing this resolution without speaking to the other tribes that would be affected by the Muwekma getting federal recognition at this time. It would actually be a colonial violence of erasure of the Lishan people, the Tamian Nation, and the Ramaytush Association in San Francisco. Muwekma claims all lands of those nations, and so if they get federal recognition, it would erase us from actually doing the work that we have been doing for over 30 years to uplift the word of Ohlone. The reason that most people know and do land acknowledgement is because of the work that the Lishan people have done. The Lishan people continue to do their ancestral calling in the city of Richmond, making multiple connections, doing AB 52 and SB 18 meetings with the planning department, dozens and dozens of projects, creating Oakway Park in the city of Richmond, working on Point Mulati, working with ex-mayor Gail McLaughlin while we took over the Segorite tribal lands. We have continued to do work that has made relationships with cities all in our territories. We've created signage that says welcome to Berkeley and welcome to Albany, that says Ohlone, so that all young people that say that they are Ohlone can feel pride in that. So we are working to do our work as ancestral people of our own homelands. This resolution would actually help to erase us, and I don't think that the city of Richmond, who has built a good relationship with us, wants to do that right now.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alan Leventhal. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Alan Leventhal, and I was hired at San Jose State University in 1978 in the Department of Anthropology, and I started to work with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe in 1980 as a tribal archaeologist and ethnohistorian. I helped co-write their petition, where the tribe submitted in around 6 linear feet of documentation to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I retired from San Jose State in 2019 from the Dean's Office in the College of Social Sciences. and working with the tribe. The Muwekmas are the only BIA documented tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. In 1992, we put together a federal recognition bill that ultimately created the Advisory Council on California Indian Policy. My job was to work with various entities throughout the state on the Federal Recognition Task Force. At that time, there were only 3 historic, previously federally recognized tribes that participated in the Advisory Council on the California Indian Policy. And that was the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, the Ama Mutsun tribal band from San Juan Bautista, and Esalen Nation from Mission San Carlos. We submitted the reports to Congress in 1997, 98. In 2000, Congressman George Miller put together a federal recognition bill that included the Muwekma Ohlone tribe as a previously federally recognized tribe that was never terminated. The tribe enrolled with the Bureau of Indian Affairs from 1928 to 32, 48 to 57, 68 to 72. And they, as I said, they were never terminated. Lastly, also Muwekma men served in the armed forces from World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Federated Villages of Lashawn. If you would please state your first and last name for the record, you may begin.
Hoshatuhi Kanak Rakat, Deja Gould. Hello, everyone. My name is Deja Gould. I am a tribal member of the Confederated Villages of Lashawn Nation. My great-great-grandfather, Jose Guzman, was one of the last fluent speakers of the Chochenyo language, the language that you've heard tonight. My great-great-grandfather, Jose Guzman, stated that he was Lashawn, which is what we are. And without him, there would be no language. I am here to say that I do not agree with this resolution. As stated, I am in agreement with my mother, Karina Gould, in that this would further erase us as a people and erase many other tribes as well. And that, I think, is not what anybody wants to do, I would hope. So I just wanted to state that today, and thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So now it's time for comments and questions. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And I would like to thank everybody, all the student advocates, tribe members, and Professor Tadashi Fukami, who joined us tonight, and support, and all the speakers. I just wanted to clarify, when I said we are sitting on the land of Ohlone tribe, it was my assumption that Ohlone tribe was a larger tribe consisting of smaller tribes. And it's not clear to me why there would be competition between different tribes. So I would appreciate if you could tell us about it, how this recognition would impact them. Are there a limited amount of resources?
That's a good question. It shouldn't affect anybody. Just like one of the students mentioned, there's many Pomo recognized tribes up north. Different tribes that are Pomo speaking, other tribes across Turtle Island. But getting back to Lision and that word, that tribe, Muwekma is the only identified tribal nation in the Bay Area, just like Alan Leventhal mentioned. There's 3 tribes that were identified that were historic tribes. That is Muwekma Ohlone, Ama Mutsun, and Esla Nation down in Monterey County. So if Jose Guzman is Lision, he had many children. Those children are enrolled in Muwekma Ohlone. So we have, if you want to say Lision speaking, we have Lision. The Muwekma Ohlone people are comprised of 10 core families that came around, that lived around the Bay Area. There was hundreds of villages that lived around the Bay Area before Mission Contact. These villages were forced into Mission Dolores. We were moved like cattle to Santa Clara and then to San Jose. most of the Ohlone people passed because of disease and hard labor. But the Ohlone people that were identified as a social distinct community came right out of Mission San Jose. And we stayed on Phoebe Hearst's land because we had no villages to go back to. And mind you, the Spanish pulled from the Central Valley as well, in the Sierra Miwok areas. They came into Mission San Jose. We intermarried with some of those people, but those people went back home. They went back because they had villages still intact. We didn't. We stayed right on Phoebe Hearst's land. The Ohlone people stayed on Phoebe Hearst's land, intermarrying.
I'm sorry, where was that land? Phoebe
In
Hearst?
Pleasanton. So, but before this, you got to look at what the Bay Area looked like. There was different villages here, but they were forced together. These people were forced together. And really, the coalition of Muwekma happened right after the missions came out. We became that social distinct community that was identified in 1906 by the federal government in need of land. There was no one else around the Bay Area. The other neighboring tribe was Amamutsun. That was Gilroy San Juan Bautista Mission. The other next tribe that was identified in the Bay Area was Estlin, right in Monterey County. So these distinct communities were already acknowledged. We would never say, don't try for federal recognition or don't submit a request to any of the cities in the Bay Area. If you can prove your legitimacy, like we have, it's been extensive for 45 years. It's been my whole life. I'm almost 53 years old. It's been my entire life of the tribe doing all this research. And the research shows who's been here and who was identified by the government. The government identified us in need of land, distinctively right there in Phoebe Hearst's land, because that's where most of the people found refuge, right in the East Bay, because along the peninsula, Santa Cruz area, they had bounties on our heads by 1850 by the Peter Burnett, the governor. So they had different militias attacking Indians. So we had to hide. We were protected, honestly, by the ranch owners and Phoebe Hearst.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Wilson?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Those of us who are listening carefully and those of us who did research before coming here tonight, even minimally, know that there is a conflict here. There's at least 4 named groups. I will read from the Wikipedia page. There's the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. There's the Association of Ramaytush Ohlone, the Tamian Nation, and the Confederate Villages of Lishan. And we've heard from some of the members of the Confederate Villages of Lishan that they consider the city of Richmond supporting the claim that's being made for a recognition that's being put forth by the Muwekma tonight would jeopardize their own claims or standings, and I believe them when they say that. I don't know enough to know, like, this isn't me taking a position on who's right and who's wrong and what the solution is, but merely stating that because I can see that there's a conflict here and I do not have all the parties who are involved in the conflict and I do not have the specialized knowledge I would need to make a good and fair decision about this tonight, I'm going to vote no on this tonight. And just also, while I was sitting here, I did find something. I've never spoken to someone from the Tamian Nation, but here's something written by a Tamian person named Karina Geary in 2022, so recently. She wrote that Tamian Nation takes issue with Muwekma disparaging our name, encroaching on our territory, and appropriating resources that rightfully belong to our people. And so there's a conflict here. And again, apologies that so much time and resources went into this, but knowing that there is disagreement among different groups, that I do not have the knowledge that would take to settle that agreement in any way tonight. And I would encourage everyone who is involved in these different communities, whether they're overlapping or separate or competing, for them to come together and reach an agreement amongst themselves about the best way for all groups to move forward, and to please come back if that's something that can be reached. That would be definitely something I would be willing to endorse and support, but I can't move forward with this tonight. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to be clear, we don't have a disagreement. They have the disagreement, and our recognition would not wipe them out because they're a nonprofit organization. They can continue to do the good work they do on the land. We are a government, a political entity. Right now, our tribe is trying to get repatriation going for our people. We got tens of thousands of ancestors sitting in boxes, and we can't repatriate because we're not officially on that federal recognition list. Education is another key for our people, our 614 members. The University of California just passed policy about 3.5 years ago, giving free tuition to federally recognized tribes in California. And we don't have access to that because we're not on their official list. Muwekma's making the request, and every other group can make the same request, and we would not stop that. It's their right if they feel that is their right.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much for, it's really loud. Thank you so much for the presentation, the historical context, and all of the people here tonight, especially the young people on the front lines. You're so brave, and I'm so proud of each of you. Today, I'm in support of this because we're not here to make a legal decision. We're here to support a people fighting for their history. That's not for me to determine. As a Black woman and a descendant of people whose labor built, or some may say helped build this nation, without receiving the reparations we were promised, I understand deeply what it means to fight for acknowledgement, legitimacy, and justice that's long overdue. So tonight, your tribe pursuit for federal recognition mirrors that same struggle. And as a community asking for the government to honor its word, to correct the historical records, and to restore what was unjustly taken or denied, I'm certain that Stanford professors would not be out here at this hour if there wasn't some legitimacy behind it. So I stand in solidarity, and I wish you all nothing but success.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you, everyone. This is a really difficult issue. I am one of the people who have been working with a lot of the different folks who were mentioned tonight, who feel very strongly that this is not a positive thing for them and their people. I feel like this is a very complex situation. I feel like we're being asked to step in the middle of what's basically like a family dispute over the right way to go about being a tribe or a government, and it's not really our place to determine what that is. What I want to do is I want to support a resolution that acknowledges how wrong it was for the federal government to dissolve and say that people were extinct, dissolve tribes, dissolve nations, and say that they were distinct, take them off rolls in the state of California and everywhere around the country, but specifically in the state of California. It's not, the Muwekma Ohlone are not alone. There are many, many tribes who lost status just because people decided that they were no longer viable or extinct. I want to support federal recognition for all of those people. What I don't want to do is step into this battle. And I wonder if there's a way to acknowledge that support, because I don't think I'm alone on the dais to say that we would support federal recognition of local indigenous tribes. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think what we don't want to do is choose sides. I wonder if there's a way to bring forward a revised resolution that would support the historical facts, and also support those who are, those clearly state that people who are not at this time bringing forward their an effort to be federally recognized have a right to do so and would be also acknowledged. I also don't understand and don't know how to talk about territories and whose territory is whose. That again, it feels like it's not my place. So I wish there was another. Wish we could find another way forward because I want to make a statement and support federal recognition, just not at the expense of stepping into really complex family conflict. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner?
Thank you. So, as a person who's originally from Middle East and recently got recognition through MENA Inclusion Act, Middle East, North Africa, and we are no longer considered white, we are considered as who we are. I strongly support recognizing all people for who they are. There are politics, right? It's not our place to say who's right, who's wrong. It's not our place to get involved in the political dispute between different tribes, different claims. All we're trying to do tonight, we're not even acknowledging the tribe officially. We are urging some federal entity to acknowledge the tribe as who they are. We have a professor of biology who's saying they're biologically related to this tribe. So I don't understand why we shouldn't do it. I know Karina Gold has done a lot for the community, and her work is really admirable. But it's not our place to get involved in that politics. I hope, I strongly advise my colleagues to not allow personal connections and local politics in the city of Richmond play a role. Just as all the students said here, let's do a wrong right. Is it their right to be recognized as who they are, or you want to see them as white people? This is your choice. And if you don't want to get involved in the dispute, then abstain from voting. Don't say no. Taking no is taking sides with the other side.
Uh,
Go ahead.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I, I, I agree with what Councilmember Robinson said. It's not our place to be in the middle of disputes. It's not our role to be in disputes like that in the city council. I think if we are doing that to further the dispute and like all these disagreements that these family members have, then we are doing a disservice to everybody here. I think we want to recognize everybody, but not without others feeling erased. And I feel what we are hearing from the other side is that by doing this, they are feeling that they will be erased. And that is no, and I don't think like this is the intent, but this is what we are hearing. So I agree with Councilmember Robinson around that it should be, it could be another way in which there is a resolution that is work between all of you, because it's not, it doesn't feel right that all these disputes are being kind of like laid out in the public. And I think like what uh, it feels to me that we are stronger if we are connected, if we work between among each other, instead of just working over each other. So I will not be supporting these in the sense of encouraging all of you to work together to fix the disputes that you have, so we can make a statement of recognizing everybody. Because what I don't want is to recognize somebody over others and the others feel erased. We want to recognize where people feel included and not excluded. And I feel in that, in these moments, I feel that there is an exclusion, and I understand the sentiment of being recognized, but there is, I feel like it could be a better way to do it, in a way that will build bridges among all of us, instead of things that acting like it seems that is dividing and further divide your communities. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
I wanted to just make another point that, you know, although we don't have a federally recognized tribe in Ohlone tribe, we do have a commission in the state that appoints most likely descendants when there are remains or other artifacts found at sites. And, you know, uh, these folks are known, and they're also not included in what's happening tonight. And after speaking to some of those folks, they also have a problem with this. So I want to encourage us to find a way forward. Like I said before, I would like to find a way to support federal recognition for our local indigenous governments, peoples, but not at the expense of others.
Thank you.
Can I say something? Is that okay? I hear what Councilmember Robinson is saying. And Muwekma has always been welcoming with open arms for families who don't want to be citizens of Muwekma. For example, like Lysian. She and her daughters have always been welcomed into the tribal nation because she is family. And there is no family disputes with us, which I'm confused about. But Muwekma opens all of our families, all the Alonis who have the shared bloodline, to those 10 core families. And those 10 core families are enrolled in Muwekma. And Karina and her family are always welcome to enroll in Muwekma, because that's where she belongs. She chooses not to, for whatever reason. That's her decision. We can't force people to be citizens. As far as the other groups, I mean, these are just facts. I'm just going to state facts. These are not me saying things. Tamiya Nation, this person was an enrolled member in Ama Mutsun. In 2020, she decided to disenroll because they had political problems, and she disenrolled her and her immediate family and started Tamiya Nation. So the situation in the Bay Area We have these individuals who don't agree with their governments stepping out and what we call these are pop-up tribes. Pop-up government, not even a government, just pop-up tribes who say they are tribal nations. But we say lean in to these people, these individuals you have these relationship with. Lean in and do your homework. See the evidence that shows, are they in a historic tribe that the government has identified? Because it's clear, it's very clear. And that's all I say. For our own family, they're always welcome in our tribal nation,
Thank you.
always.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Hold on. Go ahead.
So my question is, if they don't agree to talk to you, is there a way, as my colleagues suggested, for you to resolve the differences?
I don't know. I've tried to talk to Karina about coming together about repatriation issues. And the first thing that came out of Karina's mouth was, we are the same. We are a state recognized tribe. I'm on the NHAC list. I just,
So because they already received recognition, they see no benefit
well,
in
the
you being recognized?
California doesn't have a state recognition process. That's just members that are identified that have descendancy. That's what that list is. They don't have a process for federal recognition. Only the federal government is the one that takes action on this issue.
So because that's my question, because they've been recognized by the federal government, I assume Krina Gold and their nonprofit are, or I'm confused?
She would have to go through the process if she wanted to seek federal recognition.
So they haven't been recognized
Not
either?
at all.
Then what is the whole thing about?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
There's no conflict on our issue. We're focused. We're the ones here requesting this support. You're not recognizing us. It's just a letter of support for us, a city standing in solidarity, just like Union City did, just like Livermore did, in solidarity that we support this tribe of this region to seek federal recognition. That's all it is. It's up to the government to read your letter and take action. We're going to continue. We're not stopping. We've got a generation of families, just like I'm the next generation of leaders that came before me. They were in the same struggle, seeking the government to acknowledge our existence. The government already acknowledged us, but what they refused to do is put us on that list, BIA list that they created in 1978. So we're kind of like stuck, I feel we're stuck. But we're not giving up. We're not going to give up. We'll keep pushing forward. My daughter, my children, his children, the other family members who couldn't be here today, they'll be here. They'll continue to show up and request the support from our cities of our Aboriginal territory.
Thank you.
So I have always had difficulty with having colonizers decide who I am.
Yeah.
It's problematic that that our land is stolen,
Oh.
our identities are stolen, and then we have to ask for recognition. That is a shame.
Yes.
And it happens, hundreds, over 100 years, natives have had to live in an apartheid state where they're regulated to a small area and they're forced to take on ways that are not theirs. it's problematic. And it's happened to many of us. And somehow, we need to find a way to unite and have one voice.
That's right.
So, how many powwows have you gone to here in Richmond?
So I recently requested, with an acknowledgement to one of the relatives that handed me a number, to one of the coordinators of the Richmond Powwow Committee, Dorothy Bearquiver, actually the sister who came and spoke against us. And she sent me a text message 2 days ago saying that her and the decision of the Powwow Committee, that they refuse us to give our blessings and dances. As we came, and I asked her, didn't want a stipend, we would come over here on our own dollar so we could pray on the land and keep politics out of it. But as a relocated relative telling us, like you said, a colonizer telling us that we're not allowed on our land and we got to adjust and assimilate. Well, to be told that we're not allowed to pray to our ancestors, to the ocean, to the sickness, the fentanyl overdoses, the missing murdered indigenous women, the many generations of trauma that we're trying to heal. We pray to heal our people. We do not pray for anything else but to heal the spirits. And we were refused because of scheduling, is what I was explained. We're not asking for money. We're asking to pray on our land at that powwow. And that was a very simple thing, very easy to do. So, and then real quick, we're not telling you to not recognize and pass a resolution for Elysian. We want you to do both then, help out Moekma. Where's the equality in that? To making a conscious decision where you can do both. All we want is our acknowledgement to Richmond as we acknowledge you as the leaders. And you sit with a chief, a Mayan, that has been doing nothing but work, that we are under her shadow. And we are continuing to do the good work as Moekma have done. And we do want to dance at the Richmond powwow. And as you see, there's discrimination on our own homeland from relocated people telling us this stuff. No. And that's kind of hard to take in, knowing that all we're trying to do is the good work of the ancestors.
I hear you, and I also see dissent, and I need to understand where this is coming from. I don't feel that I can take one word over another. I have to hear them both, and I have to hear them with open heart.
Yeah.
So at this point, because of the dispute, I will have to abstain, but I would love to have a meeting of hearts so that we can figure out where we stand and what we need to do in order to stand together. So if that can happen, I would be pleased. So are there any other comments?
I wonder if you can have two resolution, one for Muwekma tribe and the other for Lashan tribe? Would that be doable?
Point of order is it's not on the agenda. Good
It's not.
that we have to bring it back. It's not on the agenda, so we can't vote on that.
Right, so maybe we can bring this back after we have that conversation.
Sure. So let's arrange a meeting with the mayor. Let's take his invitation and take it from there.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, so we will not be voting on this, and we will bring it back at another time.
To be continued.
So we're tabling it, right? Continue, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We are
Continue.
continuing this.
So continued, sorry, the process.
For how long?
Yeah.
It will depend on what it takes to get everyone to the table, and hopefully it can be, I will be gone for 2 weeks, starting the day after tomorrow, so maybe early December?
That works.
Um, Then we have Thanksgiving and there are different parties. My suggestion is to bring it back to the city council by the end of February to make sure it's practical.
All right.
What date was that?
We'll have our meetings and bring it back to the council hopefully by the end of February.
Okay.
That gives us plenty of time for the other side and all the parties to get together.
If it's going to be continued, it's preferable for it to be to a date certain. So the end of February would be February 24th, 2026.
Okay.
And Madam Clerk, do we typically vote on a continuance?
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
You
I'm reading the
should, you
council
should
rules.
You want to
under,
vote on the continuance?
The council rules say we have to vote on the motion to table. So if we're going to table,
We're not tabling.
no, you're
We're not tabling,
continuing it,
we're
but under
continuing.
Rosenberg's,
We're gonna
you take a
continue.
vote to
Okay.
continue.
So I make a motion that we continue this item and bring it back to council on February 24th
Yes.
of 2026.
I second.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is item N4A. It's to receive and accept the complete Point Trail Marine Terminal Condition Assessment Report and presentation prepared by Moffitt and Nichol on supporting consultants.
Well, that would have never worked on its consent calendar.
KCRT, can we get up the N4A presentation? Sorry, the
Mayor, it's no
presentation's
quorum.
not showing
no
on our
quorum.
screen.
Where,
Oh, Robinson. Councilmember
Yes,
Robinson, are you
okay.
still there?
as Robinson hasn't
yeah, we do
Okay.
have quorum.
Should he be at the dial?
Sorry, KCRT, we're not getting the presentation on our screen.
We do, Robinson.
Are your screens on?
Yeah, we see it.
No, we do not.
A couple TVs turned off. The back one's turned off.
Well, while they figure it out, I'm gonna break this.
You wanna-
We got the PowerPoint presentation. We lost quorum. We only have two, so unless they're sharing it, or somebody's on the grass outside. So we don't have quorum, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break while we get quorum back. They all went. They had too much coffee. We only have 2 bathrooms, so I don't know where they all went. They're outside by the bushes.
Okay, well, I'll go put stuff in my office.
You'll have control to progress the slides, or someone else will?
We have quorum.
We have quorum. You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, Charles Gerard, Director of the Port, City of Richmond. First, thank you for your interest in the port and our activities. I'm here with an executive project manager and vice president of Moffett and Nickel, Matt Trowbridge. So we're going to just do a presentation on the facilities assessment project and report that was just completed. I'm just going to talk briefly for a couple slides, and then I will hand it over to Matt. So just an outline of the presentation tonight, I'll make a brief statement on a couple of slides, and then we'll talk about the project itself, the background purpose, the summary of the inspection and assessment. We'll talk about the Whirly Crane, proposed projects, and costs. So we've talked about and contemplated doing the facilities assessment for some time at the port. The drivers for that assessment are really safety and compliance of our assets and infrastructure, the mandate and the importance of operational continuity, staying economically competitive, environmental stewardship for the port, and asset value protection and preservation for the assets at the port. There's several key outcomes from this assessment, and really what we asked Moffett and Nickel for was a list of 10 or 12 key priority projects based on the work they did, and help us come up with a tangible list and cost estimates for different projects that required our attention and our investment. So we've characterized those projects into immediate needs, medium-term projects, and longer-term projects. So essentially that's projects we'd undertake in the next 1, 2, or 3 years, or medium-term, the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, or longer-term projects. So we're going to share numbers about infrastructure investment and projects that are needed at the port, and some of them are very big numbers. And so I just wanted to reiterate, and we included this in our report, some of our thinking on funding pathways for port infrastructure projects. The Port of Richmond has been most successful really with public-private partnerships, or what I might call tenant-funded improvements. This is leveraging long-term lease terms and lease agreements in return for development and investment in the properties and facilities that we have. A couple of examples. One is the auto warehousing facility that's a result of the Honda Port of Entry. There was about $40 million invested in the port and the assets to build out that facility, and that was accompanied with a long-term lease. More recently, we did the Terminal 3 building with Brookfield Properties. They rehabilitated that property and built the 200,000 square foot warehouse that is there today. We can also continue to pursue state and federal grants, which we will continue to do. Right now, the first one that comes to mind is the PDIP, Port Infrastructure Grant, that we applied for, and we should hear the results of that application in December. And then we can also explore bond funding. So again, just as an introduction to some of the costs that we'll look at tonight, we're also thinking about how we would fund these projects. I'm going to hand it over to Matt.
Do you want to move? Yeah.
Thanks, Charles. All right, so a little bit of project background. This is a continuation of the presentation that my colleague Damiola gave several months ago. So background for Point Potrero in the Port of Richmond, originally built as a shipyard back to support the war effort in the 1940s. In 2009, the shipyard at Point Potrero was rehabilitated into a state-of-the-art railroad terminal for auto import. It continues to operate to this day. And the facility additionally serves a number of other maritime dependent uses within these 4 main marine infrastructure assets. So we can think about these 4 assets, berths 7 and 8, berths 5 and 6, the graving basins, and the finger piers as the 4 main marine assets at Point Potrero. Berths 7, 8, and 5 and 6 are marginal wharf structures, pile-supported structures. Graving basins are large mass concrete structures that are founded on Point Potrero rock formation, and the finger piers are pile-supported pier structures. The purpose of the assessment is to put eyes and hands on these marine structures and assess the general condition. What state are they in? What state of repair or disrepair are they in? And evaluate a number of potential use options for the port as the need for infrastructure investment and the need for repair and maintenance is identified from the assessment. As Charles mentioned, we identified a number of projects, a number of defects from these structures, as can be expected from marine infrastructure that's been in service since 1940s. And we worked to develop a list of prioritized projects on how to repair, upgrade, and maintain this infrastructure. So we're going to kind of walk through those structures and talk at a high level about what we found from our inspections. Our team performed above water inspections using an American Society of Civil Engineers standard. It's called Manual Practice 130. It's the standard that we use to inspect a marine structure regardless of whether it's in Port of Richmond or any other marine terminal or port facility nationwide. And so from that investigation, we identified at berth 5 through 8, there's a number of defects that were identified. One of the most concerning ones is a failed beam that was caused by the loss of a handful of pile supports or vertical supports. It's creating a depression in the deck system at the interface between berths 6 and 7. We identified a lot of damage and missing supporting piles, which are critical for load support at the facility. We identified pavement failures at the interface between the wharf structure and the uplands area. And then a lot of typical, what we call reinforced concrete damage or corrosion below deck. So a number of repairs at berths 5 through 8 that were identified. At the graving basins, we found the graving basins were actually in fair condition, which by engineering terms is pretty good. There's some exterior damage that needs to be repaired on the exterior columns because of the marine operations that are happening there are causing some damage. But in general, most of the concrete structure is in fair and usable condition, so there are less repairs required at the graving basin than the other structures. At the finger piers, there's a number of defects that are identified, what we call typical chloride-induced corrosion defects, basically concrete repairs that need to happen to extend the life of the finger piers. Our team included Lift Tech Consultants, NGO, and power engineering contractors to help us do this assessment, and one of our experts is experts in cranes, and we did an assessment of the whirly crane that's existing at the graving basins. The critical findings for you to be aware of on that assessment is that there's extensive corrosion damage of that structure, and there's a risk of falling hazards from that structure because of the state of corrosion. And so it's a safety risk that we recommend that public access around this crane is limited until a fix can be made to make the structure safe. And so we present in this report a handful of recommendations that could be taken, a near-term mitigation to make it safe, and then there's a handful of options for the future, whether the crane is preserved on site and what would be needed to make it safe for wind and seismic, as well as an option to move the crane off-site and use it as a museum preservation piece pared down, or to fully demolish and remove the crane from service. This slide shows the high-level summary of the proposed projects at the port at Point Potrero, prioritized from 1 through 11, number 1 being the highest priority that we would recommend to be addressed as soon as possible, and then moving towards projects that have less urgency, but still we would recommend to be done within the next 6 to 10 years. We're calling those long-term. We're going to talk about the costs of these projects, and we can go back and answer any questions about priority. But
Excuse me, the previous slide.
Yes, please.
Do you have a map that shows where berth 6756 are?
That's what they were just saying.
You,
And the graving basin?
Sure. Oop. Here we go. Stay.
okay.
So in a nutshell, 5 and 6 is surrounding the Riggers Loft building. That's berth 5 and 6. Berth 7 and 8 is the linear wharf alongside the AWC facility, the RoRo facility. And the graving basins are with the Red Oak Victory, there's 5 graving basins.
Thank you.
So 5, 6, 7, 8 are the ones that need the most work?
Yeah, that's correct. So those are marginal wharf structures with significant defects to the piling and to the deck structure and to the interface between the wharf and the land side. So those are the structures that require the most work to maintain and continue long-term operations there.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's where a majority of the cost we're going to see is going to be focused on those structures. So it bursts, and so here you can see, and this on the right-hand side, this is another view of that infrastructure, burst 5, 6, 7, and 8. And so we have a near-term recommended project at burst 5 to 6 to repair the settlement that's happening between the wharf and the landside connection. That's a short-term project and a lower cost. And then the long-term cost to repair 5 and 6, repair all the defects identified, which would take some time to identify the funding. And that's a much bigger project that would be needed to repair burst 5 and 6 to its as constructed condition. At burst 7 and 8, we have a very near-term project we're recommending to repair that area of the broken beam. And there's 2 options to fix that. You could repair it in kind, or you could rebuild the beam from scratch. So anywhere ranging from about $1 million to $5 million of investment to fix that one defect. But it is recommended to repair that as soon as possible. We also have what we're calling Project 4, which is these lateral supports to the wharf that we recommend to be repaired. That's about $5 million in estimated cost. The settlement, Project 5, the interface between the wharf and the uplands, that's about $1 million of estimated costs we recommend to happen in the near term. And then to do the remainder of repairs that are recommended at burst 7 and 8, that's again a big project that would require a big chunk of funding to address. And finally, looking at the graving basin and the finger piers. So focused on the graving basin, there's what we're calling a near-term safety improvement project, which is really just addressing slip, trips, and fall type hazards in that structure. There's some holes in the structure, there's some railing issues, there's some curb issues and fall risks that we would recommend get addressed as soon as possible. We also recommend what we're showing as Project 8 is the installation of mooring and fender systems at the graving basins, which is essentially serve as protection from the vessels and barges that use those graving basins from damaging the concrete. And then finally, to repair the identified concrete defects that we're seeing, that's what we're calling a long-term project of about $5 million. And finally, the finger piers have 2 projects. The first one would be to upgrade the existing fender system. Again, that protection system of the boats and vessel systems that use that facility. So that's going to protect the infrastructure by installing those fenders, and then repairing the concrete defects that were identified. And so another way to summarize the costs of completing all the work that was recommended as part of the assessment over a term of 10 years is about $228 million.
Wow. So on the graving basins, there were 2 repairs. Can one be done before the other? And if so, which one would be done first? You said the concrete repairs, and then there was the other, which was the...
We're recommending about the same timeline for both of those projects. We're calling the long-term, 6 to 10 years out. They're about the same priority, so you could pick and choose either one could be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that particular question, I might say we we may prioritize the mooring and fendering system because that'll protect what's there. So we may want to put that protection in place and then subsequently do the concrete repair.
Concrete, okay, thank you. So, are you done, or?
I think that was the last slide, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're open for questions.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers?
We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speaker is Jamin Purcell. You'll have 2 minutes. Press the button.
I'll just be really quick. One, thank you for the presentation. It is really robust, which is fantastic because it's what is needed to be able to try and get our port back into operation. It looks like there is a lot of repairs that need to take place, but I do hope that the city understands that this is one of the ways we can have a strong economic driver for the city. I also want to lift up that unless this had been pulled, I don't think we would have gotten this presentation and been able to be walked through all of the details of it. And I think that that's really important. It was mentioned by someone else that we should be offered this sort of information. I know Cordell constantly talks about how we need to talk about the port, but I think that this is a really good starting point to be able to try and build our plan of action of how we're going to bring back the operations of our port. And I hope that the city council and staff recognize that this is going to be, when those repairs are made, that this will be a strong economic driver for the city going forward. And especially right now, when we're in the middle of a recession and about to hit another one, and Lord knows what might happen in the future, having a plan in place to be able to work on bringing that back to operations and being an economic driver is going to be really, really important. So thank you.
That was our only speaker. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one speaker online.
And that speaker is Claudia Citron. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Claudia Citroen. The 23 million, how will the city stay out of state financial oversight? You just got out of it barely. This is the only city which refused to actually write a letter of recognition to the federal oversight, financial oversight chair. So how do you stay out of financial oversight with 22 million within 10 years? That's my question. Without spending on fancy projects, which Jimenez constantly presents. So how do you do that? How is the budget going? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad that we were able to have you here and do this assessment. When we talk about this assessment, one of the things that you mentioned was that the different solutions and cost were going to depend on the use of the port. So I just wondering, what are the type of uses that, because you said like if the uses is because we want to use it for having more weight, so the infrastructure or the structure needs different fixes depending on the weight because it's depending on the use. So can you explain what did you take into account to do the budget and analyze that the numbers that we are seeing here is for what uses?
Yeah, so I'll comment and then I'll ask Matt to complement or add to my comment. So the condition assessment, clearly outlined that we do have some, severe considerations, and we knew about those with the wharf, and in particular, 7 and 8 have been the most active wharfs for cargo operations and our shipping operations. In the 2010 Honda Port of Entry project, there was some refurbishment of the port, but what they did was they did specific lanes in the port, so a fraction of the repair where the automobiles would drive and get discharged from the ship. So there's what I would call lanes on the wharf that can handle more weight. And the larger percentage of the wharf was not rehabilitated. So without any specific future use or long-term use in mind, we know that there's a weight-bearing problem for the wharf where it was not refurbished.
So I'm sorry, can I interrupt you because I just want to get to that point. So what you are saying is that this plan and this cost is for the current use, no any other use planned for future?
No, for the current use and future use. So the costs are high because our intention would be to remediate the entire wharf over time. That would allow us to put heavier equipment or heavier cargo on any location within the wharf. Within that, the berth 7 and 8 is about 1,000-foot linear wharf. But we're restricted in what areas of that wharf we can use. We want to have the option to use the entire wharf and to use it for different alternative uses.
What when you say heavier, can you explain what will be the weight, maximum weight for these?
I'll ask Matt for the specific per square foot weight, but as an example, our current business is the ro-ro business, so we bring cars in. We could bring in farm equipment or construction equipment, which is higher value and generates more revenue for the port, but we don't have the capacity to handle what's called high and heavy cargo. We can only handle cars with the current business that we operate. So with a reinforced wharf, our tenant could bring in higher value or bigger ro-ro equipment that would facilitate a higher return on the asset. But Matt may want to ask the answer to the specifics of weight-bearing capacity.
So just to answer that one briefly, the berths 5 through 8, you're looking at anywhere from 500 to 1,000 pounds per square foot loading. And we go into load analysis in the report in more detail. We're happy to talk about that. The graving basins are a higher loading capacity because they're founded on rock. So the graving basins are 2,000, 3,000 pounds per square foot bearing capacity. And the finger piers are somewhere on the order of 500 to 1,000, similar to the wharf structures. To build on what Charles just communicated, the point of this assessment and the cost estimate is to repair all the infrastructure to good working order that would maximize the potential for maritime uses for the port and the city. And so, yes, there's a really good tenant there right now, bringing in auto and ro-ro. And as Charles said, there's opportunity to increase load capacity and bring in more with that operator. But there's also a number of other maritime uses that these projects would unlock for the port and for the city. And so we don't want to say that there's only one use for these terminals. There's a lot of potential options, and that's part of the work to be done in the coming years, is to identify the best and highest use for this infrastructure.
Yeah. And I think like the next step is to do the plan for the port, the strategic plan for the port based on these. What I heard from you, Charles, was that after we had this assessment, then this will be a tool to have a plan. This is a planning tool to have the strategic plan for the port with the vision of council in that plan. right?
Correct. I guess I would characterize it as a building block towards our strategic plan, and this is a key one for us to put together longer term planning. A few other big projects are coming into play, such as the grant money for the offshore wind study, which we'll prioritize. So we're building towards that long-term strategic plan with this report.
Thank you. And my last question is about money. So how much is the port making, and is that enough for, or how much of that making, or these funds could go towards these infrastructure investment, if there is?
Yeah, so to clarify, that we like to do on a regular basis is the port operates as an enterprise fund. So we generate our own revenue, and we manage our own costs. So we're not using general fund money to cover our costs. In the number that's coming to mind, I think, is the 2024 financial year. Our revenue for the year was about $13 million. So it's steadily been going up over the last few years for a number of reasons. And we had, I don't have Rita here with us, but we have 20-something million dollars in our cash reserve. So one of our objectives with the increasing revenue is to build that cash reserves. We don't want to necessarily spend that money directly on infrastructure investment, but for the application that we have submitted with the Maritime Administration today, we have a matching funds obligation. So we were asking for 11.9 million. We would spend 2.5 million of our own money. So we want to build that, maximize that revenue that we can generate, so that we do have the cash for matching funds. And in some cases, when it comes to safety, we certainly probably will be more apt to invest some of our own money to make sure that we're getting those projects done on time.
Yeah, it will be interesting to know, in the side of the Port of Richmond, how other ports are making, because I think like the narrative, and I tend to believe that, is that we are underutilized the port. Having $13 million for a deep water port is nothing. So I think like the plan is how we maximize the money that we are getting, because we have a port, and I believe that the port can be an economic engine for the city, but we need to have that plan so we can start really getting into implementing that plan, so we can start having the revenue that we can get for having such an asset like the port, right? And it has all these benefits. So I am really interested in looking at each of the leases and each of the plan, and see like, is the best use of this, or in 10 years can we make a better use that will bring more revenue to the city, and for the port. So thank you.
If
Yeah,
I may, Mayor, through you as the chair, just a reminder to the council that the port still does owe the city of Richmond funds from historical past practices. Traditionally, the way that the port has facilitated its capital program is not only through grants, but through lease revenue bonds, which was the last bullet point on the slide. And so that essentially means that the revenue that would come in from the port services the debt that funds the capital improvements. That's how it's happened historically. So just for that background context.
Just out of curiosity, what is the debt that's left?
The last time we checked, we did a little, remember, we did a little advancement for our library roof. And so we're probably in, we're under 10 million now. And then there's also proceeds from Terminal 1 that were originally supposed to pay that off.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Can I just comment on a couple of the, Council Member Jimenez's comment? So I think for, you know, from what I've learned over the last couple of years, for the size of our port, which is actually a small port, and we have a 37-foot draft, so we're not at the 50-foot draft level as the Port of Oakland. We do pretty well in terms of revenue. So on a comparative basis, we have we run a good business. I certainly believe that within a 5-year period, it could be twice that. I think that's a realistic target and goal. And I would also say that all of our marine facilities are currently leased. So when we talk about underutilization of the port, it's not that we have properties, marine facility properties that are empty. We have some unutilized properties that are buildings, such as the general warehouse and the cafeteria. And our opportunity to make change is as lease terms expire within the first year here. So 2024, for example, we had a turnover at Basin 1, and our tenant Dutra expanded into Basin 1. So when we have term end leases, that's our opportunity to change the tenant or change the use. And we do have a couple of those in the coming 2 to 3 years that we'll be able to manage.
Yeah, that is what I am interested in seeing in the planning and the strategic plan of the port, to see like what is the implementation of utilize more and have twice of revenue as you suggest. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I pulled this item because I believe anything over $1 million should be discussed. And thank you for putting such a great presentation in such a short time. Awesome. I have some questions. I would like to start by asking you to explain this enterprise model, how it exactly works, and at some point, will the city hopefully see some money from the port coming? I mean, what benefit does it have if it's an enterprise and all its money goes to itself?
If I may, I think that would be a more appropriate question for Deputy City Manager Nikki Maste, who oversees finance.
Sure.
Thank you.
Actually, I don't think that question falls within the purview of this report.
Actually, it does, because we're talking about the expenses and what benefit will it have to the city, and it's important to know how the enterprise works.
But it's not about.
Shall we take a vote?
I think it's a good question to have in terms of like if we are talking about strategic planning and how we are going to be able to pay for all of these repairs. That will be a good thing to know.
Thank you.
Right, but it says to receive and accept the completed Point Patrol Marine Terminal Condition Assessment Report and presentation. So it's not about the finances, it's about the physical.
They are asking, like they are presenting how much is the costing of that. So we are just trying to figure out how we are going to pay for it. And I think like that is a valid question from Council Member Bana.
The answer is shorter than all this, I assume.
Well, yes, it is, actually. The enterprises, which you have two of, wastewater and the port, they are money-making entities. They are like a corporation, very similar. So with that, the more you invest, the more you can recoup. Also with the port and wastewater, you have the ability to get grants and other funding sources to help with repairs, et cetera.
What is the other enterprise?
Excuse me? Yeah.
That does not,
That does not, sorry. Let's go back to this. So you said, the city manager said, the port owes the city $10 million. Is that a part of that $20 million reserve?
I said less than 10 million.
Roughly, yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
is
but
that,
I mean, just for purposes of
not
clarity, I feel
arguing the
like,
number, but is it a part of that $20 million reserve?
We have a payment plan. There's an agreed payment plan between the port and the city. We've made some adjustment to it last year.
yeah, no, it does not. It means that there's, the simple answer is no.
Okay, so I assume the port has more money than that. But
No, that's not what it means.
in
uh,
short, at what point do we expect the port to make money for the city with all these expenses?
that's not part of this item. So I'm gonna hold the conversation to the repairs that are needed.
But the subject of repair is a part of the whole thing. We need to understand the whole issue. I don't understand why you're keeping us from understanding what's going on with the port. There's not going to be another item that where we get, and the whole thing takes less than 5 minutes to answer these questions.
We've already, I disagree. It does take more than 5 minutes.
Can we ask the city attorney to say if it's related or not?
Well, obviously, the cost of repairs is related to the report itself, but, you know, I don't know where, so where are you headed with your questioning, Councilmember Bana? Are you wanting to understand?
About the plan for the plan is to pay the expenses for the repairs. And
Are you
along,
wondering about financing for the repair?
right, financing, is there going to be bonds?
Yeah,
And
that's
will
what I
the,
said earlier, Councilmember Bana. That's historically how the repairs have happened, and it's called a lease revenue bond. That's how it happens, and then the revenue that comes in, then it's used to service the debt.
yeah, so the main
It's
question
kind of
is,
like a mortgage.
the city will not see a penny from the port until the port has paid everything. Is that correct? All the
Usually the way that
infrastructure.
it works is it depends on the amount of improvements that are required, and it depends on the agreements that are in place. Historically, what took place is the city had to advance money, and there were also bonds. That's why the port currently has an outstanding debt to the city. So we've been, as Charles indicated, there is a debt service schedule. We've advanced some of that. So they have a good amount of reserves, but they also still owe us money. Over time, right? Every time you receive your budget, and when we do the next budget, mid-year adjustments, you'll receive an update. And we're happy also, we understand it's 9:25, so we're happy to have conversations with you or any other member of the city council who so desires regarding the finances of the port.
My question is,
If I can just add one question, I mean, in the general descriptions and presentations that I give on the port, we talk about an economic engine. So the return to the city is we attract businesses that pay taxes to the city, we generate jobs that gives employment opportunity, and those are the elements of the economic engine that we aim to grow, bringing business and jobs to the city. The port does not keep the taxes that those businesses pay. And we're generating jobs for residents and in the region.
got it. Thank you very much. My last question. What is the urgency of the repairs? I assume the port has been in this condition for a long time, right? And you said between 2 to 6 years or 8 years.
There's a couple of the repairs that we would recommend to happen within the next year, a couple others that we would recommend within the next 2 years, and then the remainder would be within the next 5 to 10 years.
And from a risk management perspective, now that we've had this conversation in public and you all on notice, right, that these repairs are needed, I've already sent a message to staff to begin the what I would consider risk management issues would be immediate priority, those two red ones, to immediately commence working on those because it's been discussed and we're all noticed in the public domain. So prior to this report being finalized, right, then we didn't have a way to definitively articulate what the priorities were and what the order should potentially be. So 1 and 2, we need to work on immediately as it states, because we are aware of it, and subsequently as it moves down the list.
Okay, so I assume there are safety issues involved. Okay,
That is what I ascertained from the report and the presentation.
got it. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
Everybody, thank you. I'll try to be quick here. I just had some clarifying questions, just a few things I don't quite understand. The first is the repairs that are the 228 million roughly in repairs. Are those long-term or short-term repairs? How long would they last? Is this like we'll need to do more repairs in 5 years, or is it if we do all those repairs, we're good for 20?
This, our projection to complete these repairs is in the next, 1 to 10 years, preferably the next 1 to 7 or 8 years. And our objective is really to build out and refurbish the port for the next 50 years. So I think what's been lacking over the last several decades is a routine and planned maintenance program. And so we're, in some respects, in catch-up mode. But now we know and understand the infrastructure better than we did. And so this will be a several-year program. But again, this is for, to keep the port active and robust for decades to come.
And so just a follow-up question to that, just so I make sure that I understand what's being said. This is an investment that we would make in port infrastructure that would hopefully, once completed after 7 to 10 years, would last us for another 40 years or 50 years. And then over that 50-year investment, we would have at least the opportunity to maximize the port as a revenue generating source. And over those 40 to 50 years, we could, because we were using bonds and other things to make these repairs, pay off that debt. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, and that's a good summary.
Yeah. And then finally, just to reiterate, just to make sure I understood this correctly, currently general fund money is not used and would not be used to make these repairs. Do I understand that correctly? We're not going to take money away from fire or police or roads or something like that to work on the port.
That's correct.
No, we would not. That would not be our recommendation.
And then the last thing that I don't quite understand is you said that the port currently has a revenue of $13 million. And you say that it's a revenue generating engine, ideally. But then you said also that the way that the city makes money from is through the jobs and through the taxes. So does the city not see any of the revenue from the leases? Is that what you're saying? Is all the lease revenue stays with the port? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the idea is to attract the types of businesses that would bring as much tax revenue through employee taxes, employer taxes, or any other kinds of taxes from goods to the port and jobs.
That is correct. Yes. And bear in mind, just related to that, I mean, that revenue pays the port staff and any operational costs that we have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But if we were to make more, like we're optimizing these berths so that when there's tenant turnover, if there's tenant turnover, we're opting for a tenant that would bring in more revenue, like maybe pay a higher amount or something like that. The city wouldn't see that revenue. The city would see whatever tax revenue that they could generate or whatever jobs that would be generated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. So in short, no matter what we do, we won't be using general fund money that we need for our roads and our libraries and city staff and everything to do anything that's proposed here. That's correct?
That is our current staff recommendation would not be to do that. It's always subject to the city council's purview. Because
That's
historically that did happen.
Right. Great. Thank you. That's what I want to know.
Okay, before I call on Councilmember Wilson, the debt service that the port pays the city doesn't see that money, that goes straight to the bank?
When it depends on what the underwriting structure is. And so a lot of times when there's, sometimes when bonds are issued, it depends on what the structure is. And so sometimes money has to be put down, right, in order to commence the transaction. Or say there's a $100 million transaction, maybe you put 10 million cash, right, and you finance 90, right? So if the port, had zero, then conceptually, potentially, that's how it got into the situation of owing money. It also,
Right, I'm not talking about hypotheticals, I'm talking about this particular.
for this particular transaction, Mayor, and about the debt service to the port, I would suggest that we schedule a separate item just to talk about the finances of the port.
Okay, so.
We're happy to do that in November.
Right, and these are the sort of questions that Bonna was asking, and.
Well, you're very well versed on the port, right, Mayor? And so I think in order for us to be able to answer the questions in the level of specificity that you're requesting, we should have a separate study session.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right then, Councilmember Wilson.
Probably for the separate study session then, but like my understanding is because interest rates are high right now, it's not an attractive time to get bonds, and some of the repairs that you've flagged need to happen right now. So is there a plan for getting the money for the immediate repairs?
We can pay the immediate repairs out of the current reserves. Interest rates have been coming down. So I think over the next 6 to 24 months, we'll continue to monitor the market and see where staff is with their plans.
Okay. Second question.
If I can,
oh, yeah.
if I can just compliment the city manager's answer, when we apply for grant funding, and we just finished a application for 11 million, this study is instrumental to help us make our business case to apply for those grants funds.
As well as bonds, yeah.
I will say grant funding is very, very competitive across the port. So there's no guarantee that we'll get that money, but this report is instrumental, and this degree of understanding and being able to articulate what we need the money for is critical for the grant. So I'm increasingly optimistic that within this year or next year, we'll start doing better with the grant applications.
That'd be great. Second question is there any scenario in which, because the repairs have been, put off on the report, that it's in such poor condition that we can't afford to, is there any scenario in which the revenue we make from the port is never going to be enough to handle the debt service on bonds that we would need to repair the port? Could the port be in a debt spiral?
Yes, that could happen, but I think that's why it's important that we move in a very thoughtful and strategic manner.
Okay.
That's originally, right, when the original auto warehousing deal happened, right, it wasn't originally paying revenue, it was just paying some of the debt service. And so then usually there's an amortization schedule. And so as the transaction goes on for longer, then you go from having a smaller amount of revenue that clears, right, because of the debt service, kind of like a mortgage.
Right.
And then over time, you increase the amount going to the principal.
So if I hear you correctly, you're saying that it is not a foregone conclusion that we should have a port for the next 50 years.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
I said we have to be very judicious with the investments. It has to be very well analyzed. That's why these reports are extremely important to help guide the city council's policy decisions.
Okay. So, I'm speaking really in generalities here, but I guess what my fear is that we're going to put money into repairing a port and then pencil out that, oh my God, the revenue from this port is not enough to pay these debts, and it'll become underwater. Is that a?
That's why we have to do these things. To much of what Councilmember Jimenez was saying, that's why these things have to be done, and a lot of the planning parallel, very close and in parallel, so that way you don't put the cart before the horse.
Okay,
right?
So it's a question.
So you don't say, let's go do $200 million worth of work all at once, right?
Yeah.
And then there's no tenant.
I see. Okay,
Right, so
okay.
it's
So
like-
it's got to be
yeah.
a step by step. I don't know if
Right.
you were trying to get
it
into.
needs to be almost parallel.
Okay,
Right.
got
Not
it.
quite, but very, very close. So we would never issue $200 million worth of
Got it.
bonds without
Having
okay, here's
clients.
the tenant.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Matt just to comment a little bit because they're knee deep in this with many other
Okay.
ports.
Yeah, just maybe share the perspective happening at many ports in the U.S. When they are faced with infrastructure decisions like this. Most ports do not have enough revenue to justify paying for these types of infrastructure projects, and they're heavily reliant on state and federal funding sources and grants to help them get these projects funded. And so this situation we're talking about is not unique to the Port of Richmond. This is a very, very common challenge that ports in the U.S. face, and they're so heavily reliant on those state and federal funds to maintain their aging infrastructure, continue to serve our maritime industry across our U.S. ports. So this is not unique.
And then my last question, are we at all optimistic that there's going to be continued federal and state funds for port rehabilitation? Can we trust that?
I mean, we really can't trust anything right now. So, but I think it's widely recognized, right, that ports are really the backbone of the economy, and they're extremely important. So we would certainly hope so. And I do appreciate and want to acknowledge the work of staff and being very aggressive about applying for grants. It's very helpful.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonham.
Wow, I'm glad you saw my hand. Thank you. I have two quick questions. What was the cost of the assessment? I'm curious.
It was about 250,000.
Okay, so I wish it had been done earlier. And you mentioned dredging. Are we gonna have, or you mentioned the draft? Would dredging help the port pay for these expenses?
In a nutshell, the design draft for the Port of Richmond in the federal channel, which is dredged by the U.S. Army Corps, is 37 feet. They would not. It would take an act of Congress for us to dredge the Port of Richmond deeper than 37 feet. So the Army Corps dredges the federal channel. For the shipping terminals, we dredge between the federal channel and the shipping and the wharf. So there's about 100 feet between the wharf and the federal channel. So so there's not a way to use dredging to generate additional revenue for the port, if that was the question.
Okay, I thought our congressman had that idea of bringing, the red oak over there and having more shipping. No plan right now for additional dredging.
No, not for deepening the channel, no.
Okay,
We have dredging projects that are underway and that we're working on, but I don't want to confuse that with the channel dredging, which defines the depth of the Port of Richmond for ships getting in and out.
Okay, let's leave it for another time then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. A really quick question. I want to make sure that I'm getting this correctly. On slide 11, it appears that we're saying immediate priority is berths 6 and 7, and then 5 and 6. And then on the next slide, it looks, on slide 12, it says berths 7 and 8 are the immediate on the schedule. So which one is to be more immediate? Is it 5 and 6 or 7 or 8?
I can explain that. There was there's a fracture in a structural member. It's right on the border between berth 6 and berth 7. And so that's just a modest error in the report. Originally it was reported as berth 6, and I had said that's part of berth 7. And so one slide got updated, but apparently the other didn't. But there's one location there between berth 6 and 7 that needs the repair.
And we'll get that updated for the administrative record with the clerk tomorrow.
Thank you. So sorry, so just to make sure that I heard you. So then the priority then is on slide 12, which is berths 7 and 8 are to be the immediate, within 1 year.
Yes.
It's the same, these two are the same, I just need to correct 6 and 7 to 7.
To 7, that's correct.
Sorry, so
Could you
yes.
please speak into the microphone so it's on the administrative
Sorry.
record? Thank you.
My apologies.
That's okay.
This slide 11 is the correct prioritization and the correct repair priority of immediate and near-term, midterm, long-term. We just need to correct, in priority number 1, it says berth 6/7. That should say berth 7. And then on the following slides, we probably have 1 or 2 corrections to be consistent with this table.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. No other questions. Thank you.
All right. If there's no more questions, we are getting close to our time of adjournment.
So do we need to vote on these items?
No, it's
Oh,
just
accept
to,
it.
it's
Okay.
just to receive and accept. So thank you so much for the presentation, and I guess we'll have a lot of conversations about financing and future plans. So that concludes all of our items except for adjournment. Do we? Oh, no.
We have
AB.
reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports, limited to 2 minutes.
Yes. You want to start?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'll start off. I'll speak for myself, but we also had Councilmember Brown and the mayor traveling to Japan for our sister city in Shimada, and we had a really great time. One of the things that I took back out of all they have a lot of really wonderful things that we could learn from them, is how clean their city is. We could have almost placed a bet to see who could see one piece of trash anywhere on their streets. They had a huge festival with thousands of people, and after the festival, not one piece of trash on the floor. So it's something that I think we want to take back. As we are the city of pride and purpose, we got to take a little bit more pride in our streets and making sure that we take our trash with us and not just leave it around for someone else to pick up. And I mean, there's a lot of other stuff there, just how friendly they are. We made the newspaper because for the first time they allowed foreigners to participate in various parts of their OB festival. And their OB festival is done every 3 years. So it was really great that they had us there. And I look forward to having our sister city visit us. I believe they come and visit Richmond next year. So that I'll leave there. I also went a lot of other community events this weekend, but Shimada is definitely the highlight of the past 2 weeks. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right. No, go ahead.
Yes, a lot of amazing events that took place. Attended the Arbor Day where I was planting trees, and with the young folks, they left me in charge of learning more about installing the stakes. So I was out there installing the stakes for our trees to be planted. Also, an amazing time at the Grip Harmony Walk. The Fierce Advocacy Boot Camp, was able to be a speaker there amongst other elected officials. And echoing our vice mayor, the highlight was our trip to Shimada. Incredible hospitality, so much meaningful cultural exchange. It was just an honor to represent the city of Richmond in that capacity and the opportunity to strengthen the bonds there. They love Richmond. And that's great. I know a lot of people love Richmond, but you have to see the folks in Shimada love Richmond. Also, the warmth and the beauty of the OB Festival that Vice Mayor mentioned, I am also wearing a custom gift that they produce during the OB Festival. This is called a happy coat, worn during the celebration. And it was so great because we were featured in the newspaper. Folks were coming up to us, buying the newspaper, giving it to us as souvenirs to commemorate that experience. And to your point, they allowed foreigners to participate in the actual festivities, and they said that hadn't happened in 300 years. So I'm a celebrity now. That's all I need to tell y'all. But no, thank you so much, and I look forward to welcoming the delegates of Shamata for the 65th anniversary of our friendship next year. So they rolled out the red carpet for us, and I plan on making sure that we do the same. Thank you to the commissions and everyone who supported our travel during this time. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm not sure who was following who, but everywhere I went, uh, Councilmember Brown. She was in Shamata, she was at Arbor Day, she was at Harmony. You know, I was expecting to see her at the factory or Tucson or somewhere, everywhere. Anyway, Shamata was really wonderful, and I will be writing a letter of a request for the mayor of Shamata to visit the city of Richmond, along with other delegates. They do love our city, and I had a special conversation with one of the citizens of Shamata, and we talked about the phenomena that both Vice Mayor and Councilmember Brown mentioned, which was the lack of trash. And what made it really amazing is that there were no trash cans, which means that everyone had to provide their own means of carrying whatever trash they provided. And so in the conversation, I asked this Shamata resident, how does that happen, and he said that he attributed it to a quality that's cultural, and he called it wa. And the English translation for wa is harmony, peace. And it's a peace and a harmony that they have for community. So any injury to the community is an injury to themselves. And that is how they maintain the cleanliness. And that is a culture that we as a council would like to promote in our own city so that we can someday in the future be able to walk down McDonald Avenue without having to see garbage strewn around. What's that?
Do they have homeless?
Well, actually, I don't know if I saw one person who seemed passed out and who seemed to have, eaten too much or drank too much but that was only one instance. And you are right about homeless, talking about pride, talking about an injury to one is an injury to all. So if we adopt that, then maybe we can be more intentional about how we deal with our homeless, so that we don't have that issue anymore. So it's a major undertaking to change the attitudes, the consciousness of our community, but it's something that we need to do. So with that, I will close this session. Have a good night, everyone.